go anywhere because we don't know what the benefits are of being made in the USA or what the potential cons might be for teams. So it puts teams that like we work with and teams that are trying to navigate this landscape in a weird position to think about, well, hey, do we launch offshore? Do we kind of like go domestically as well? Like, so I don't really have a good answer for it because it's not clear what that means or what the benefits are of being made in the USA is.
There's a big question that I have is, do you get a sense that there is a market fatigue right now? Like, are people sort of worn out?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's pretty obvious that a lot of the capital that would be going to sort of like the middle of the pack tokens, these are like not majors and these are not like, you know, fly by night meme coins. Like everything that would go to like middle of the pack altcoins has been rotated through like the Solana casino, now potentially through like Avalanche and through other platforms that are trying to capture liquidity from Solana's sort of fall from grace from right now. And I think a lot of like retail traders that would be bidding altcoins that would be going out through, you know, centralized exchanges or even some launches that we work with, like that capital is just not there because either it's been extracted through, you know, the launches, like high profile launches that we've seen recently, or it's just been withered away by, you know, over trading your portfolio over the last year and a half.
Yeah, I mean, I think we're also seeing VCs and sort of, you know, a lot of the sources of capital also in a holding pattern. They're particularly like projects are particularly sensitive to the regulatory developments in the United States. And if you're allocating large amounts of capital, you're going to want to have some amount of certainty that, you know, the project or the thing that you're investing is going to be in a reasonably good or reasonably safe regulatory position in a reasonable amount of time. On the fatigue side, you know, there's an interesting crossplay between what Vincent said on the market side and also on the regulatory side. You know, I think probably one of the biggest developments in 2025 for crypto and for having a viable pathway to launch a token actually happened in the European Union and not in the United States with MiCA. MiCA is quite interesting, and we've been studying it internally at Open World for a while. It went into effect January 1st of this year, and it is the first viable regulated pathway to offer a token to a major market. Now there are obviously some requirements, MiCA, and I think, you know, there are some mixed feelings from our projects and from some other folks that we talk to in the industry. But MiCA is essentially on its face fairly straightforward. It's a regulated pathway. It's harmonized throughout the entire European Union. It enables a project, or really anyone else. It doesn't even have to be a project. So there's a lot of portability built into MiCA. So I, as an individual, could come across a particular smart contract or protocol, and I could offer, I could make an offering under MiCA to the European markets, so long as I complied with the MiCA regulation. And the biggest compliance factor for MiCA is having a MiCA compliant white paper. What that essentially gives you as a project or as an offeror is it's a get out of jail free card, if you will. It's a safe harbor provision. So what MiCA essentially does is it says, if you want to make an offering in the European Union, you need to make a certain amount of disclosures about your project, about the token, about where the capital that's going to be raised for the offering, how that's going to be used, where that's going to go. And if you properly disclose that along with some risk factors about purchasing this token, if you get sued or if you're accused of certain wrongdoing, absent fraud or anything that, you know, that's sort of ethically or morally wrong, but sort of a large portion of the sort of classic plaintiff's actions or regulatory actions that you might face with an unregistered offering, MiCA essentially says you can use this safe harbor to get yourself some protection. And that's a really big thing. I think the really interesting thing about MiCA is its impact on U.S. regulation. In a lot of ways, you know, like Vincent said, I'm also a very patriotic American. I think, you know, we've seen over the last 20 years incredible amount of innovation come out of the United States, and so but the U.S. is, I think, very much at risk of diluting its importance in the next generation of blockchain and Web3 development. So the situation we're in right now is there is this forcing function that's been created by MiCA where there is a viable pathway now. So if you're a project, you want to make a regulated offering, you can go to the European Union, you can make that offering in the EU. and that's not something you can do in the United States yet. And so to me, that's a very real forcing function that has put the U.S. in a pretty difficult position to try to get it right.
And you can fundraise through MiCA, right, as well with the token?
Yeah, that's exactly what it's for. It's for capital formation, and you can make direct offerings. I mean, I think you and I talk a lot about this internally at work, but I'd love to hear your thoughts on how distribution, how sort of fair launches, how that meta has sort of changed.
Well, so just piggybacking off the MiCA point, MiCA is really interesting because it's like almost a first of its kind standard, right? So it's a standard on like disclosure requirements. It's a standard on roadmap requirements, and it allows you to fundraise, right, in a generally compliant manner. And that's not something we've had previously, right? We had the ICO era previously. We've had these like fly-by-night like pre-sales and meme coins and sniping of tokens. And so it's like, to your point on clarity, lack of clarity allows for this like vacuum to happen for bad actors to extract capital from what would otherwise be going to, middle of the road packs, teams who would like to fundraise, have a good product, but need to do it in a legally compliant manner. And so when we talk about concepts around like retail fairness, disclosure requirements for tokens, like there are really no standards in crypto. Like I've read, we've probably read hundreds, if not thousands, of white papers collectively, and each one of them is just as different or unique as the other. And so at least, and I'm not the MiCA expert here, you are, but what it sounds like MiCA can do is it can provide this disclosure requirement and standard such that there is standard documentation for teams who want to go out to market, raise from retail, and have a successful TGE in a compliant manner. And that's what's really exciting to me because on the tokenomics side, it's kind of like it's like a well-hidden secret that teams are at no liberty to disclose anything really. If you look at a lot of the recent TGs that have gone out, their documentation is very different. What you see on, for instance, teams circulating supply on one hand will be very different than what they disclose or what another team discloses separately. And the unlock schedule of the tokenomics specifically changes very, very widely, right? So if we come up with these like disclosure requirements, or at least some type of standard of accounting for tokens and roadmap and whatever else, then that'll at least help inform savvy retail investors around what they're buying, what the potential dilution effects are from supply overhangs from tokens, because I could probably point to 5 like major infrastructure tokens that have huge, unlocks at the 12-month cliff that they don't necessarily disclose, but you can see on the chart. A lot of teams like obfuscate what their token is because they have no requirement to disclose what comprises the unlock schedule and the terms of the unlock. It's very wide and varying, and so what MiCA could potentially be if teams adopt it in scale, and if it somehow gets adopted in the US, is really a step in the right direction to protect retail, inform retail, at least maybe not protect, but inform retail as to what they're buying, and give teams the opportunity to form capital in a rather compliant manner that they haven't done previously.
Yeah, I think that's right. I mean, and Vincent and I talk a lot about this, of course. I think, to my question at the top of the talk to Vincent, which is like, are you seeing fatigue? And I think you can take that question to mean a couple of different things. I think one area of fatigue that we've talked about, and I think everyone here is aware of and probably has felt in some respects, is the typical fact pattern where a project says we want to do a fair launch, we want to make an efficient offering to retail, but then when you look behind the scenes, right, it's not actually a fair launch. It's not actually a direct to market in the sense that you would think of it as. You've raised all of this VC money. You have all of these not so favorable unlocks if you're a retail, and then you're sort of building this marketing machine that sort of tries to couch the project at this sort of highly equitable direct to market fair launch, but you don't actually end up getting that. Is that right?
Yeah. So I think people are just tired of being scammed. Like, and scammed
People are
is-
tired of being scammed.
Yeah, I'm tired of being scammed, but and scammed is like a word that like we throw around like very loosely in this industry. But you know, if you get scammed on like a meme coin, right, or some type of pump fund token, like that's kind of par for the course, right? Like like that's almost to be expected. But this kind of like bad acting from VC-backed infrastructure utility tokens is kind of where the disclosure requirements come into play. And what meme coins did right was they called out low float, high FDV tokens. I'm talking about the meme coins of last year, like literally right around this time, ETH Denver, like Popcat, with like the large, like what we used to be considered blue chips, made exchanges like Binance, Coinbase, OKX call out low float, high FDV tokens, right? Because they're extremely predatory to retail investors. And where I think, hopefully where we can go for VC-backed infrastructure tokens is to really try to optimize for being on the side of fairness in terms of like retail investability. And part of that is comprised of like your launch valuation, right? So launching out, very, very high like FDV in the terms of like multi-billions, that's like the first thing that I think a retail investor is going to look at is like, am I going to bid this token at $8-10 billion FDV, right? The amount of liquidity it'll take to run it up to 2x, right, is like almost impossible to achieve, at least in today's conditions. Like, what is the float, right? Is the float healthy? Is the composition of the float actually real, right? Like, is that liquidity actually there? The treatment of like insider tokens too, like it shouldn't be allowed for teams to stake and vote like with their locked tokens, right? Because that dilutes the yield from retail, that dilutes the voting quality and the efficacy of that vote. Airdrop distributions too, right? Like if you're kind of like grinding like a protocol hand in hand with the team, the quality in which the airdrops are being distributed, I think, fray as cycles heat up, right? So yeah, those are kind of like a few things that help drive like the investability of tokens that hopefully more of the VC-backed tokens like adhere to, or at least think about deeper.
Yeah, I think our time is up, but I think some like final parting thoughts on the regulatory side, sort of in terms of like driving this to action. Look out for the SEC. I think Duna is quite interesting. It's it's an ability to actually wrap a lot of the on-chain activity that's happening, and also for a way for projects to capitalize on being in the U.S., made in America. I think we'll see a lot of hybrid with existing offshore structures, but also I think we'll start to see Duna become more and more prominent. And hopefully we'll look out for the SEC and we'll get some sort of sandbox rule that enables innovators to come into the space and really build something great here in the U.S.
I would also say if you're launching a token for your protocol, and we had slides too, which didn't end up here, but you can talk to us after. Yeah, it's good. Just like consider the trade-offs you make around fairness and like this new stakeholder that you'll have to kind of appease, which is the retail investor, right? Because like price is attention and attention is price. So it's really important to kind of think through that as you go through your launch and consider that third stakeholder that you didn't have previously, which is the retail liquid investor.
Thanks, everyone.
Shaboom goes the efficiency pulse. The lag runs lagging in his latency so. Professor Way's got the future on spin. Urging notes dancing where the bottleneck's been. Professor Way's got the future on spin. Plugging tomorrow with yesterday's RAM stains. Velcro boots clicking through blockchain debris. Crypto notes flutter like drunk bumblebees. Optimize the board fins, they cackle and shout. Self-sustaining hubs flicker in the blackouts out. Professor Way's got the future on spin. Urging notes dancing where the bottleneck's been. Professor Way's got the future on spin. Plugging tomorrow with yesterday's RAM stains. Chaos is not compeller. Orders just a bug I forgot to unfurl. Mainnet shivers as their wild hair glows. Rumored AI, nah, just 3 Red Bulls in a row. What you building, prop? A singularity jukebox. How you stay charged? Espresso straight through my cortex. Who's your nemesis? Light runs down a fountain. Age? Old as speak, young as each block mine down. Professor Way's got the future on spin, book. Urging notes, dancing where the bottlenecks been. Professor Way's got the future on spin, book. Plugging tomorrow with yesterday's ram stains. Throwing me mad, running me mad's just a beta test. A boodle, oh, he just tried to do for the oh, he just tried to do for the oh, he just tried to do for the oh, he just tried to do. We're biddies, not just dreamers. On-chain truth, no middle schemers. Forking hard and shipping code till sunrise every day. DAOs are voting, vibes are flowing. Buff-eyed corns are still a-growing. While the world is breaking down, we're regen in a new way. Some VC said this tech won't last. And the hurt bubble, watch it crash. But we don't need your central banks, 'cause regen been.
Chair. Oh, you're not from JSA, I'm sorry. And we also have Ethan from Particle Network, Harish from Covalent, and Sharuk from Echo, and Aditi from Para. All right, let's start. And the topic is going to be about account abstraction. All right.
Thank you. All right. Great. Thank you so much. We had a little bit of a hiccup with our panelists, but maybe to start off, since all of us are building with AA in some way or are doing things with chain abstraction, maybe let's just kick it off with your name, an intro, and then we can get into it.
Yeah, so my name is Tabasco. My real name is Ethan, but I use Tabasco on Twitter. I do developer relations. I do a lot of things at Particle Network, marketing, all that kind of stuff. And kind of the TLDR of what we do is that we do mostly chain abstraction that is using account abstraction rails. And so people use chain abstraction as, you know, like a bullshit narrative term all the time. And so I usually tell people that what it actually means is that it's an experience where you don't need to like select an origin chain, but bridges are used for you automatically. So if you have ETH on Arbitrum and Base, you can use that balance collectively to then go and buy a token on Solana or on Ethereum or whatever. And so it removes the need to bridge or to maintain account balances on different chains and basically makes your entire experience across the entire ecosystem, EVM and non-EVM, feel unified. And so this is basically what we build at Particle Network through something called universal accounts.
My name is Shahrukh. I'm product lead at Eco, and the TLDR for Eco is that we want to translate every single on-chain action into a one-click stable send. And the technologies that we're interested with in account abstraction is combining chain abstraction and token abstraction to basically create a unified stablecoin balance, regardless of if you have any type of stablecoin across any different chain. That's it.
Hi, I'm Greg, or Greg the Greek online. I'm from ChainSafe and Sprinter. We're a solving team, kind of just focused on providing liquidity and solving basically like the intent world, which is tightly related to chain abstraction and count abstraction. And otherwise, like I spend a lot of my time writing standards or reviewing standards in the AA space. Not really affiliate to a wallet, just kind of passion.
Hey everyone, my name is Harish. I'm DevRel at Covalent, and our focus is on making access to on-chain data super simple for applications that build in Web3. So I think similar to what Tabasco pointed out, our focus is not so much on account abstraction, but chain abstraction. And so with our tooling, you're able to seamlessly pull data across chain without even actually specifying a particular chain. And that's really made the developer experience quite nice for wallets, accounting tools, DeFi projects building with us.
And hello everyone, my name is Dakota and I'm the founder and CEO of the Invarch Network. We originally focused on DAO tooling, which then got us into chain abstraction because we wanted to have a single DAO that could operate across all chains, just like a business today can operate, do business in all different sovereign countries and things like that. Which brought us, of course, to chain abstraction. There's account abstraction, token abstraction, this and that. So we always center on omni-chain abstraction. We want to solve abstraction like just once and for all chains, for all networks. It's actually like my belief that in, if not 5, maybe 10 years, like most browser companies will be either defunct, or most wallet companies will be defunct, or they have evolved into a browser-based product first. It just makes sense. That way, one day you're going to have an account embedded into your browser. It's one account. It'll probably use a mix of, like with us, we use MPC tech, so that you can have a single master account, and then you actually have an account on all of those different chains. You can hold balances natively, do anything natively on those chains, but you just have this one account. It's embedded. You don't even need a wallet. Screw that. You can see your one native balance. It could be in USD or in stables or your native currency, and you're just going to use it, and you're going to call it the internet, and that's our vision.
Great, thank you. Also realized I didn't introduce myself. I'm Aditi, I work on Para. We're building an embedded wallet, an onboarding suite for app developers. So with that, this talk is really not meant to be a primer on account abstraction or chain abstraction, but is really meant to be kind of getting all of our real takes on how the space is really doing. And so to kick it off, I'm curious if account abstraction and chain abstraction is really actually making wallets more user-friendly, or if it's just adding another layer of complexity for developers to manage. To Dakota's point, there's already this like wallet piece that people need to manage, but now there's also this account abstraction piece, chain abstraction. Of course, account abstraction is all on chain, and that just adds even more complexity to the process. So I'm curious, what all of your takes are on that.
Yeah, it's a good question. I think starting with account abstraction, I actually don't think account abstraction, as it's defined in ERC 437, has been particularly successful at improving the user experience, mostly because of the need to have different contracts across different sources that use different smart account implementations. And so if wallet A is using Biconomy and wallet B is using zero dev, then my balances are different between these implementations, which seems like a small thing, but when it comes to fragmented user experience, actually becomes quite an issue. And we actually build on ERC 437, and we've been a major infrastructure provider for this standard for a long time. But we've ran into this issue, and I think that ERC 437 can enable some incredible user experience. It's a big driver for chain abstraction and chain abstraction experiences, but fundamentally, I think that we still have a ways to go before it actually creates a net positive effect on most wallets, because if my MetaMask balance isn't easily portable over to Phantom or something for Base or Ethereum, I think this kind of just makes the entire issue that we're trying to solve with chain abstraction, 10 times worse, just when it comes to fragmentation. And so I think 7702 is quite a promising solution to this problem of fragmentation, having the EOA be the origin, and having that be the spender, and then you just execute arbitrary code when needed. I think this is probably better, but there's multiple solutions to this, and I think what we've seen is that ERC 437 is good for enabling some very specific things like chain abstraction, but I don't think it's been particularly successful, and we have seen this in the adoption rate in terms of improving the user experience as it exists today. And so I think that hopefully with 7702 and with the proliferation of chain abstraction, which still hasn't really been implemented yet, I think chain abstraction is a very new thing that we're seeing only emerge really over the past 6 months as a tangible solution. I think as that starts to continue to be adopted, and I think as we see 7702 roll out, then hopefully my answer will be different in the future, which will be hopefully yes.
Can we round back to your previous comment? You said that the Biconomy versus the
Zero dev.
zero dev example. What's the real problem there, though?
These are different contract implementations which have different.
No.
balances.
What's the real problem? As
It's
an app user, I go to an app.
It's the discoverability problem.
Thank you. This is the problem.
Yeah. So like the app and the app and the wallet have no way of actually knowing. When you connect your wallet to an application, you have no way of knowing which wallet you're actually even using in the first place. And because you don't have that, the application basically doesn't even know, should I actually give you a user op or should I give you a transaction? And
But why?
because you don't have like some kind of like a lookup concept.
Yeah.
So you and it is a big barrier to adoption, right? Because I do agree with Tabasco. It immediately started out with some very, very hot takes, which comes very true with your handle, and I do agree with everything that you've said. But one thing that you said, which is very important, is that it does enable certain use cases. And before we talk about like all the problems that 437 has, I think we just take one point and really talk about what has worked with 437. What does it enable? And for us personally at Eco, 437 is extremely personal because before Eco was what it is today, it was actually a neobank. We had more than 50% state coverage in all over the US. We had millions of dollars in US user funds, but we were a custodial product. And because we were a custodial product in the last administration time, we actually started to get deplatform notices from all our banking partners because they told us categorically that if you put anything crypto related or even touch stablecoins, we will deplatform you and you will have to tell your users to take your money elsewhere. And in that environment, we had to shut the app down. And I lost a lot of good friends and colleagues when we had to wind that app down. So when 437 launched, we deployed Bend 3 weeks after it went live on mainnet. For us, the main thing that we were looking at was that we finally saw a way where we could create user-friendly, non-native asset-based applications in a safe and feasible manner. And that was the one thing that 437 did right. But I do agree with a lot of takes from Tabasco. I do agree with Greg, the discoverability problem is a pain. Everything else that you've said is a pain. Interoperability, because they're embedded, is a pain. But it did make the self-custodial part work. And for that, I just want to give a shout out to the authors and every bundler and paymaster who's done the work so a story like the Eco app doesn't happen again. So in that regard, I think it's done its job.
So I just want to add too, because like one of the pain points with so account abstraction is one thing. Like a product could probably solve for account abstraction very, very well when just looking at the perspective of using their one product. Same thing as for a chain. A single chain, if that was the only chain you'll ever use or onboard, you could probably onboard to that once beautifully. Whether it could be base, whatever. You can find one wallet that's done it well, but there's always going to be the other ecosystem. And so let's say you have something that's nice like Phantom. So someone on board, they use Phantom, they're like, oh, this is a cool onboarding experience. But now they're restricted. They could use Bitcoin, they could use Ethereum, a SUI base, but they can't use Tron or Arbitrum. You know what I mean? And so I feel like a lot, one way, like I was speaking with Q over at like Alliance Down, he was telling me that one of the things that he doesn't see changing, which I disagree with him on, is he believes that, basically it'll just be up to wallets to choose which chains they accept, which is good, but there's a bandwidth problem. There's a reason why every wallet doesn't just go ahead and support every chain is because it takes some time. They don't have the time to do that, so they have to prioritize what they want to do, which is why one of our focuses has been, so like with what we're building, we have no interest in building another wallet per se. The way that we see it is there's plenty of wallets. People are going to have their preference. There will still be new wallets that come about, but what we would much rather focus on is providing an SDK that would allow any wallet, current or new, to then be the only wallet that users need to access all of Web3. And that could be something, you gotta earn trust before you reach this level of adoption, but it could be something to where, like Phantom or MetaMask, they integrate this. And then everyone who already had MetaMask, it'd be some migration, or Phantom or whatever, they'd go through this, and then they could have the one and last wallet they need. Now, there's of course things like Particles working on with account balances and all that, to where it's not as simple as I spin it out right now. But I do think that while like the immediate easy thing to do is going for the experience of each individual wallet, I do believe that we won't fully solve abstraction for the entire industry unless we address solutions at like the highest point, which like comes with your account. and just having like that one account. So you have all the other accounts everywhere else to do everything. But because there's always going to be all these different wallets and all these different things, then if the solution is, oh, well, then we'll build the next wallet that can, and then you got to go ahead and get all the dApps to integrate and accept this wallet. Rather just give an SDK for those who've already been out there to then just become that wallet and service them, and allow others to also keep working on other things to add to that wallet stack.
I'll just make one quick comment here, maybe just going even a step further than what Greg pointed out. Like, why is this even a problem in the Ethereum ecosystem? You don't actually hear a lot about this in the Solana space, for example. And you're kind of seeing the wave of inbound flow from new users into that ecosystem. Not a lot of complaints. So I think part of this is just the fragmentation that's actually happened in this space with the flourishing of rollups. And it's a good thing. It's definitely helped the throughput. But I think it's necessitated a need for something like account abstraction and then chain abstraction, because discoverability and some of these other issues, given how fragmented the space is.
But I think like one thing that Solana doesn't try to do, like I'm not that familiar with Solana, I will frankly admit, but like gas abstraction is one of some of the use cases that we try to do, which 437 was designed for. Yeah. These things, I don't see a lot of those activities happen in Solana.
Is gas abstraction even an issue in the Solana ecosystem?
Right, it's just
Well, I think it's multi-chain.
Well, it is if you have a
gas abstraction.
stablecoin denominated experience, right? Are you going to be like dusting wallets at the back end?
I guess my point is I haven't seen the requirement to purchase Sol being a barrier to entry for users in the Solana ecosystem.
For people who want to create stablecoin denominated experiences and they don't want the user is not, if the target user is actually speculating on meme coins, then I would agree with you. But if the target user is an abstracted user who doesn't even know that they're using crypto, then I would disagree with you on that, because then gas is actually a non-trivial problem.
Well, I think neither of you are right or wrong. It's more so just a matter of, if he's right, if you're talking about Solana, you don't need to worry about this because you have your one state. Whatever you're doing is on this one chain. You get the price from this one API on this one chain, everything consistent. But once you throw in a second chain, it could be ETH and then Base or Arbitrum, whatever. But once there's a second chain now, it gets more complicated because you have to route tokens
100%.
about. And so that's where it gets interesting compared to
I don't think so. I think
Well, that's the difference between like Solana.
I don't think no. That's not the difference in Solana. The difference in Solana is like at the account model. The problem is that it's so bloody cheap to use and the fact that the way the programs work on Solana versus the way that Ethereum contracts work and the way that tokens flow. The biggest bottleneck today is the fact that we have message.sender and tx.origin as like a main blocker on how like actual movements of flows happen. Where in Solana, the programs don't have that same blocker. That's why they don't have like an approved flow. And
I disagree.
Like
I think it's overcomplicated.
That's a great point.
Because like
It's not that you're wrong. You're not wrong. I'm not saying you're wrong, but I'm just saying it's overcomplicating the fact of like, why is Solana easy to use? You could say it's the account, it's cheap and I don't need to bridge anything. Why is Ethereum?
On that point with
I got
gas,
to bridge things.
we also have 4 minutes left.
So sorry.
I want to make sure the conversation keeps going. Yeah. Did you want to say your point, Craig?
I was just going to say, like, Near has a lot of chains, but Near has abstracted their account model from, like, the key model. And because of that, they don't have a chain abstraction problem. Like, chain abstraction only exists because the underlying accounts don't work in, like, the current model we're in.
I mean, this is something that we've built. So we've improved on Near's account model. So they have their username model. We've added in usernames. This is in Substrate, though, so it's not ERC. But we've made it to where you can have, you just put in a username, you use a private key, and now you've onboarded, not to a wallet, but to the actual chain itself.
Yeah, but like we're band-aiding interfaces instead of like plumbing it into the EVM. And
that's what we plumbed it, not the interface, we plumbed out our chain. We're not an EVM chain, we're a substrate chain. Yeah. But it's just because it's easier to do it. It's easier, we can fix it faster.
On that point on gas sponsorships, at scale, is that really sustainable? Because we're just kind of funding gas for users at scale. Is that something we want to continue doing in perpetuity, or is there really something deeper at the UX level that is worth solving?
We're going to see a mix of, what we need to solve this is whether it's you have people sponsoring transactions, then routing things and all that, so people can just go about their way. You have like some ticket system or people are buying gas subscription packages or anything, or it's really whatever. We'll have all those going about. But I think eventually what we'll see is more and more chains that just don't have gas fees. That's the end game. And if you're then you need to think bigger.
I'm a protocol dev. Like, that's not possible.
Then how come it's happening and it already exists if it's not possible?
Scale it.
It is scaled. I think you got to hear me out. I'm not trying to throw shade. Get out your comfort zone. I I know that you have your ways, and I'm not saying they're wrong, but when you break outside the box, you'll see that it's common sense business models. If someone's using something well enough, and I get security from elsewhere, I know you're going to roll your eyes because Polkadot shared security. But if I get shared security, which means I can then, I get that, I don't need to worry about it, and people can do their stuff, and they're going to pay money. I'll get fees off of, I'll get a little fee off the actual service they're using.
We're core developers in Polkadot, Filecoin, and Ethereum.
Kind of. I know you guys have been around a bit, but yeah.
Well, no, like, like I know how Substrate works.
I know, but so then why are you rolling eyes saying that it doesn't?
Because it doesn't scale out.
But it does. So I think frequency is the 8th highest most used rollup.
Okay. Safe to say there's a lot of problems right now with the gas extraction, but there's also a lot of good.
I think like for gas sponsorships, like in Ben, we're actually, I think, one of the first applications to implement like fixed fee models.
Yeah.
So we're experimenting with that. One of the highest and one of the biggest problems in 487 is the call data that you're posting. And that's actually going to be a huge blocker. But the cool part is, especially for applications like our, if we're focused on stablecoins, you can actually, and if the stablecoin amounts are going to be between, let's say, a fixed amount, like between 1 and 1,000, and let's say they're like most of the transfer are going to happen in like 5 major stablecoins, you can actually have compression where you compress the call data, and especially when you add BLS signature aggregation on top of that, I think there is a world, and we're actually experimenting with that internally, where we can bring the transfers, if not on par, and in some cases we're very excited about some future where we can actually make it just like a transfer, just like a conventional normal EOA transfer. Cool. So I'm pretty bullish on. It's not there yet, but there are ways that I see that we can actually scale this feasibly.
Yeah, I think we actually aren't that worried about the gas cost of ERC-437. I think really the important thing is giving users the ability to pay for that gas using, for example, stablecoin denominations or any token that they're using in their order. So if I'm buying a token or if I'm doing a transaction that's denominated in, let's say, even multiple stablecoins like USDC and USDT and ETH or whatever, and not to say that ETH is a stablecoin, but and my gas is being paid through one of those tokens alongside whatever order I'm doing, and even if it's on some chain where that isn't the gas denomination, I think that's the important thing user experience-wise, is that gas shouldn't feel like some distinct problem or mechanism of the transaction. It should just be looped in with whatever I'm paying with, which often will be stablecoins. So I think that this is the real user experience problem, rather than just trying to continually optimize fees, which I think are going to happen naturally. But anyways, this is my take.
Totally agree with that. That's a good summary.
We're at 18 seconds, so lightning round. Kiss, marry, kill the following words. 7702, passkeys, solvers. Tabasco, you're up.
Marry solvers, kiss 7702, and kill passkeys.
Okay.
Ooh. Kiss solvers.
Okay.
Marry passkeys. And kill the other thing.
Cool.
Marry solvers, kiss passkeys, kill 7702.
I agree on the kill 7702. Kind of different on the other two, actually, to be honest.
Okay.
Yeah.
So yeah, kill 7702.
Wow.
Who do I want to marry? Who do I want to kiss? Marry solvers, kiss passkeys.
Great. Yeah. So we're in agreement there. All right.
Yeah.
Well, that's it, guys. Thank you.
Sports and shakes, rolling up and slapping chains. She's a Colorado Comet in code forged steel, wings snipping latency like scissors through gel. 9 centuries young with a lance that's, if your chain's choking Ethernet whiz. Found her at a bullet hook sucking down APIs, armor clinking with layer 2 lullabies. Scalability scripture, she winks at the moon while Lagrange drools over slow motion doom. LUKSO, her shield's a disco wall, fracturing legs, grass, shooby doo fork, splitting bottlenecks, backs. Alliance architect with a bluff acorns grit, teaching stale protocols how to fucking commit. Decentralize this, she smirks mid-flight as her wings tickle nodes into doing things right. Da-da-da. Stay-do-do-do, boo-boo-doo-doo-doo, boo-doo-doo-doo-doo, Alliance architect with a buffercorn's grit, teaching stale protocols how to fucking commit. Decentralize this, she smirks mid-flight as her wings tickle nodes into doing things right. To do do with for do do with for do it do it do with do 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 with for do it do with for do it do ho ho ho. You ordered a moonwalk across gas feed graves. My mainnet's smoother than your mom's VPN saves. Daughter of the Rockies, high speed, high priestess. Scales of justice ballast on a Memphis Express.
It will be a conversation. I don't know. Let's see. I will improvise.
Let me just ask people to. All right, guys. Our next panel is going to start in a few seconds. Let me know. So, for this panel, we have Maxine from Draper.
No,
and
it's not here.
she's not here. Maria.
Me.
Yes, and we have Chris from Summerfy, and we're going to talk about everything DeFi and beyond DeFi.
Okay, so this, thank you, Stacey. So this was supposed to be a panel, but now it's a conversation. And funny enough, I used to work with Chris, and he was my boss. And now I moved to an agency, a marketing agency role, but I was involved a lot of years in DeFi. So this is what we are talking about today. So the first question for you is, Chris. Actually, no. I want you to like present yourself and Summer and what you do.
Hi, I'm Chris. I'm CEO and founder of Summerfy. Just launched recently a DeFi aggregation. Still on here? No, he's not. We'll just. Oh, okay. Yeah. Oh, we'll just change. That's okay. Okay. So hi, so I'm Chris, the CEO of Summerfy. We've been around since 2019 as a DeFi aggregation platform. Originally a race to start app. We spun out of Maker in 2021. We were the original front end for Maker, the Maker protocol. Last couple of weeks, we've just launched a second generation yield aggregation platform. Hopefully to be able to take like DeFi beyond, as we're here to talk about, and so on, and to like a whole new group of users in the future, and so on.
Okay, next question. Is DeFi still a thing? Meaning. Are we, like, the purpose, as you said, of Summerfy, and I hope for some applications and projects that are arising now, is to onboard the new people. But my impression, from a bit an outsider now, is that, like, DeFi projects are always like talking to the same users, so competing on the same users, and then like looping the same liquidity over and over again. So what's your take on how can we onboard actually new users?
Yeah, so I think we're kind of reaching like close to the cap. There's obviously still new users coming into DeFi and so on, but I think we're still stuck in this mindset where all new DeFi users have to come and use DeFi front ends. So whether they're protocol front ends or different like aggregation front ends and so on. Like that concept I think is coming towards the end now, that we're never going to onboard the next 100 million users into DeFi interfaces using wallets like MetaMask or whatever. Like we just heard them talk about like wallet abstraction a little bit and so on. But I think in reality, DeFi still has a huge future. DeFi is still a thing. But to onboard the next kind of 100 million users into DeFi means integrating the DeFi protocols into the apps and the services users use already today in a kind of Web 2 world. So like fintech apps and savings apps and so on, like allow and expose DeFi to those users in that way.
Okay. So, but do you think we need to do you think, so who in the audience is not using DeFi right now? All of you are using DeFi. Okay, we are in a good crowd
Come to
here.
DeFi talk.
But now imagine you're talking with, I don't know, I don't want to say my mom because it's way too much, but maybe, I don't know, my dad is an engineer, so it's pretty skilled, you know, like, but how, like, do you think he can be now, it could be a user, or now or in like 3 years could be a user, a DeFi user?
So right now I think he can be. There's like what we've done with Summer, like we've introduced like email sign up and social sign up. You obviously on-ramps have been around for years, but you can buy crypto within it. You can abstract away you can abstract away the gas fees and so on using L2s. Yeah, that's fine. And so on. So yes, they may be able to use it, but the big issue at the moment is it's still very jargony and so on. Now, hopefully in like a year or two's time, they might be able to use it without even knowing they're using DeFi. So if we can plug in some of the DeFi rails and so on into the existing products they're already using, you can offer them a savings rate maybe of like 7, 8, 9, 10% or whatever that you can comfortably get now in DeFi for fairly low risk strategies and so on. Then they may be able to be using it and so on. Or they may use it through other ways of other people investing their money, fund managers and so on, investing their money into DeFi and into liquidity pools that way. So I don't think the users necessarily have to know they're using DeFi in order for them to be using DeFi. But yeah, today it's maybe like 25% better. Like there's probably a 1 in 4 chance your dad would understand how to get in and how to use it. But hopefully in 2 years' time, he'll use it without even realizing he's using it.
Another question. So I'm now skipping the question that I had in mind because it's again challenging, so I will do it later. But now I want to ask you, do you think Ethereum is still the best chain for DeFi? Because we are seeing now a lot of like other L1 and a lot of chains and like DeFi on Solana, even DeFi on Bitcoin. So what do you think, and how do you think it works? Because there is a lot of fragmentation, and as I said before, like the liquidity is still the same, but we are spreading all over chains, and this is the question. And why do you think Ethereum is still the best, if you think so?
So yeah, so I still think Ethereum is like the hub of DeFi. It's where the majority of liquidity and stuff still is. But I also think when we talk about L2s, particularly L2s that are like EVM based and come from Ethereum and so on, like they're still within the Ethereum ecosystem and so on. They're still relying on the underlying like Ethereum blockchain for security and kind of and all the accounting. Ultimately, that's the Ethereum layer is still the source of proof, which allows DeFi to operate on the L2s and so on. I do agree that like there's a lot of kind of fragmentation of liquidity. Not so much users. I think most users, probably a lot of the people in here, would probably have balances across multiple chains at any one time, and so on. But yeah, I think that's the next major challenge, which is kind of abstracting away that chain, having the DeFi protocols and DeFi products effectively available across chains, but without users knowing and needing to be on different chains and so on. So being able to deposit on one chain, let's say Base, if you happen to be on Arbitrum on another app, being able to withdraw on Arbitrum and so on, but just seeing one single balance that's aggregated across all of them. So underneath the hood, like you don't see everything kind of going on, and I think that's the next stage for DeFi ultimately.
Yeah, because I think that also from a marketing point of view, as I am a marketer, it's very difficult to explain user how to like use some kind of project. So for example, I noticed that in the new UI that you launched, it's way simpler than I was use to see when I work at Summer, because you can now connect with the email. There are a lot of like stuff. It's very like easy to. So I think that in general. One of the barriers to onboard is the UX. Okay, so it's the fragmentation, a lot of chains, bad UIs. Devs are way more like focused on how fancy is the smart contract and the thing that I'm building, versus maybe focus a bit more energy on improving actually the UX sometimes. So this is what I noticed. So next question is, DeFi, when I joined 7 years ago, was like the purpose, the goal was to create like a new financial system, open, trustless, free, etc., without middlemen, to onboard the unbanked people, you know. Now, what I see is we are talking about staking, we are talking about, APY, we are talking about making rich people richer. So how do you comment on this? Do you think is like there is still this like idea of DeFi as a world-saving thing, or is something just for people who want to earn money?
Yeah, so I think, even if you want to unbank or bank the unbanked, or whatever it is, the phrase, it feels like such a long time ago we used that. But there still has to be a reason for them to use it and want to use it and so on. And ultimately, that is going to be like it gives them something. And in most cases, it isn't just giving them a wallet where they can transfer money and so on. Like that is maybe like part of a use case and so on. But there's other ways and things like that now that they can do that in a very easy way without necessarily using blockchain and stuff and so on. But you have to give them something. Like all users use a product because it makes them feel better or makes them feel like they're winning at something. So and in the case of here, when it's like yields, like, they can earn on US dollars, they can hold US dollars. If they're going to hold US dollars, they might as well earn on the US dollars. But if they can earn on their like US dollars and USDC or USDT or USDS or whatever, then so can the people with lots of money as well. So I think it is difficult to build a system that is going to bring the unbanked kind of online without kind of it being kind of taking it over by people with money and people with things. So yeah, it's really tough, but I think we can build products, and I think all the products that are available to them. But again, you talk about the UX, you talk about the availability, the accessibility, and so on. The original visions of trustless and so on. Everyone still needs to use like a user interface and so on. So we haven't like the trustless thing was maybe like a 0.1% of user base that could interact with the blockchain without any user interfaces and so on. So we've still got the user interfaces. You talked about like the UX experience and so on, and getting a little bit better. I still think we've got a long, long way to go with that. I tried to onboard my best friend onto the product, and he literally was like, what's DeFi and what's APY? So like DeFi is still full of jargon. It's still full of like terminology that insiders know. We all know like what it means, how to use it and so on. But you show someone from the outside and say, hey, like, try this for me and like I'll pay you back if like you tell me what it's like. And he literally got stuck on the homepage because he was like I don't even know what APY means. So like yeah.
Yeah, I think it's a nice exercise for everyone here or also outside in this conference to try to onboard a friend who is not on chain. It's kind of interesting because like I heard a lot of what is this? You're talking about nothing. Are you sure? You know, like you realize what, and these are educated people. We are not talking again about I don't know my grandma. You know, so we need all of us need to make an effort to like try to explain better, build better, like more comprehensible things, etc. Speaking of which, how. I want to learn your idea about how AI is actually could help in this. And because I saw that with Summer you are using AI, and I believe that AI could be a great help in improving not just like the project, but also the UX, you know. So I want to know how you use it and what's your idea.
So yeah, we're using AI like keeper agents within the Summer protocol to perform the rebalances. So the Summer protocol, like I said, is a yield aggregation protocol that automatically rebalances user funds to the highest performing protocols within supported markets. The rebalances, they work via AI agents. How that works at the moment is we effectively have 5 AI agents, each operating on a different AI model, plugged into a multi-sig. And if at least 3 of the agents propose the same rebalancing strategy, then it will execute doing that. So that's pretty cool because there's a lot of we could just code it up and we could just put a single one developer's piece of code in and do that. But instead now we have these individual agents that are kind of fact checking each other in a way. So and we have seen in the logs and so on that sometimes a single agent or sometimes 2 agents will propose different strategies to the rest. So that's how we're using AI to kind of improve the user experience a little bit, particularly for users that are manually rebalancing a lot of the time. You don't have to just rely on a single piece of code anymore. To do that could make a mistake, could move money where it shouldn't be moved to, and so on. It obviously wouldn't make a huge issue if it is moved to somewhere else. It would just lower the yields. But this way, it kind of almost guarantees that it is going to the highest yielding platform up to the risk caps at any one time, and so on. So yeah, I think AI has a big place to play in trying to do it, particularly if AI agents helping users maybe get in and getting onboarded and so on, because we can probably remove away a lot of the steps at that point. But yeah, I still think we're a long way away, but we're making steps every single year, which is the best way.
So we know each other since forever. What do you think has changed in the DeFi space scenario? How did we actually evolve from 2018 when we both joined the space? So it's 7 years now. Do you think, I want your...
Yeah, I mean, the one thing from 2018 is the original Maker DAI dashboard. I don't know how many of you have ever used the original DAI dashboard at Maker, but it was about 7 or 8 transactions in order to deposit your ETH and mint DAI. You had to wrap your ETH, you then had to convert your WETH to PETH, you then had to approve the PETH, you then had to deposit the PETH, and then withdraw the DAI. And it was an absolute kind of nightmare. So we've made obviously huge steps in there. It's now pretty much maximum of 2 transactions at any one point. To do that, with multi-call contracts and so on now, you can do so many multiple steps in one transaction in there as well. The other thing though is just kind of wallet connections and stuff as well. The way wallets are managed within apps has obviously come along a huge way since 2018. And one thing that's kind of gone up and then back down again is obviously the cost of transactions and so on. So in 2018, if gas price was above one Gwei, then it was an expensive day to trade on Ethereum and so on. And it was it's 1.5 Gwei to trade. They were crazy days in 2019, 2020 when that started. And then we had COVID, then we had the DeFi summer, and kind of 2020 when yield farming started kicking off, and gas prices hit 800 or 900 Gwei. And it was a killer, and we lost a lot of ordinary retail users in Ethereum, because this was the days before L2s and so on, and transferring a stable coin would cost $30 or $40 at times to send $10 of DAI. So when we talk about kind of banking the unbanked or whatever, and bringing those on, 2020, 2021 was a killer for that age, because it suddenly cost more to send the amount that you were sending and so on. Now with L2s, with Base, Arbitrum, Optimism, the Superchain, and some of the other ones and so on and like that, gas prices are back down to 3, 4, 5 Gwei most days. At the moment, you can use L2s to transfer stable coins for less than a cent, and that's been the huge thing. But I mean, in some ways, it's gone back to the 2018 days, where that's how much it cost in the early days when there was only probably a couple of thousand people using maybe Ethereum, or a couple of tens of thousands of people. Now we have millions of people trading on chain, and we've managed to bring the gas prices back down with the scalability of multi-chains and so on.
Last, I think, question. I agree. I mean, I remember when I joined the Eatland, it was the previous Aave thing. It was terrible. Like the UI was not even. It's true. Like, but I think that we didn't evolve. Yet we haven't yet evolved enough, especially from like a UI perspective. It's still too complex, in my opinion, sometimes to get what you need to do. Also for already on-chain people, imagine from non-on-chain in DeFi. So it's, yeah. Last question that I want to, I forgot about it now. 1 second. No, okay, I have it. So I recently, especially recently, I'm always hearing like DeFi project, best DeFi project, etc., etc. And sometimes I like look into it and it's not decentralized. Like, it's not decentralized. So I want to, like, for you and the audience to explain what does actually decentralized finance mean. Because sometimes we, especially normies, like when they hear crypto, they immediately say, okay, it's DeFi. No. So please, as an expert.
That's might be going a bit too far. But yeah, I mean, it wasn't like Celsius and stuff kind of ruined the image of DeFi a little bit back in like 21 and 22 and so on. But I mean, DeFi is it's effectively all about kind of non-custodiability and self-custody of your funds. So if you're in control of your funds at all times, meaning you can deposit and you can withdraw whenever you like, that's a decentralized finance app. I'm losing my voice. Yeah, so. And ultimately, it means if there isn't a centralized control behind the scenes as well. Crikey. So yeah, like, so if it's governance controlled, we have multiple DeFi projects that are multi-sigs and so on. They are still like, yeah, semi-trusted, but you are trusting the people with the multi-sig to execute maybe the will of the governance and so on. But true decentralized finance is like kind of trustless protocols operating in a decentralized kind of governance model. So token holders voting for everything on chain. You could go all the way where like the products are deployed that are completely immutable, so like liquidity and things like that, and so on. So their markets are fully immutable. You can't even upgrade them and so on. They're fully non-custodial, so you are in control of your assets at all time. The second you give your assets over to somebody else and they are in control of your assets and they can block access to your account, that's where DeFi stops, and so on.
Okay, we have 4 seconds. 3, 2, 1. Guys, start using DeFi and onboard your friends into SummerFi or into any DeFi project. Thank you.
Thank you.
You're just a rat with as fire walls splinter to confetti bits. I'm curating leaves at the after party, sipping tearless tears. Call me well connected, I call it. Coffee for drip and the lab coat on fire. Sticky note constellation stuck to the ceiling wire. Gas fees are confetti. They rock on PI. Get homemade in 7-4 time. Shaboom dose, efficiency pulse. The lag runs lagging in his latency so. Professor Wade's got the future on spinball. Urgent notes dancing where the bottleneck's been. Professor Wade's got the future on spinball. Bugging tomorrow with yesterday's RAM stays. Velcro boots clicking through blockchain debris. Crypto notes flutter like drunk bumblebees. Optimize the board fence. dolphins, they cackle and shout. Self-sustaining hubs flicker in the blackouts out. Professor.
Our next panel, and for this one, our guests will be talking about breaking down DeFi lending. So we have Ayesha from MNNC Group, Charles from DYDX, Kirk from Morpho, Dion from Term Labs, and Alex from, AppShift. All right, there you go.
Thanks, guys. So I'm not going to be the party pooper on DeFi because the honest truth that it's one of the only functional element for Ethereum. And I was a very early team member at Consensus, so I take a pride in saying this. So here we have like experts that, you know, as a fund, we like love working with, and we've seen growth early in the industry. And I like how DeFi gets its own little private room because the alpha we're about to share. So for quick background, I work at MNNC Group. We're a multi-strat hedge fund. Previously, we were known as Ledger Prime. And I also teach at NYU, blockchain and DLT. I run a research lab there. A lot of my research has been focusing on Ethereum for past 3 years or so. And I just wanted to quickly introduce my panelists, and then we'll take it from there.
Hi everyone, I'm Kirk. I'm the governance lead at Morpho, which is a immutable lending platform that's on Ethereum and Base, and coming soon to an EVM network near you. So I'm herding the cats in the governance forum and running the cross-chain growth strategy. So we can talk a little bit about that on the panel, I hope.
Hello everyone, my name is Charles. I'm with the DYDX Foundation. DYDX is a DeFi protocol. We've been in the business since 2018. We focus on perps, which is one of the largest markets in crypto. And we migrated 1.5 years ago or so from Ethereum to our own app chain on Cosmos. And last year, to give you an order of magnitude of the size of the protocol, we moved about $270 billion of trading volume. So well established and very, very much focusing as well on lending because it enables our users further.
Hi everyone, my name is Dion Chu, CEO of Term Labs, and we're a DeFi lending protocol, allows you to borrow and lend against your crypto assets on Ethereum at a fixed interest rate.
Hey everyone, I'm Alexander Elkreef, I'm the co-founder of UpShift. UpShift is a soon-to-be-announced yield tokenization protocol that is running vaults and enabling other partner protocols to run yield strategies curated by managers, similar to some other panelists here. UpShift is built on the August stack. August is a wallet infrastructure currently built for institutions that governs the way all of these strategists and curators are managed. August processed about 7 billion in transacted volume in December, yeah, we're excited to go public soon.
So Alex, I'll start from you, right? Like, let's come this way. How do you think, and how has DeFi moved to manage accounts? You brought this up. It's a pretty interesting concept. Prior to this, there was a talk about how DeFi is like not really MetaMask anymore, and then how would you say that you've seen that grow towards managed accounts?
Yeah, so I think I'm not the only one here. Like, there are vaults on Morpho, there are vaults coming to Term, there are vaults on DYDX. DeFi has become more professionalized. It used to be that you could just put your stablecoins on SushiSwap and earn a gazillion % APR, right? These days are over, and I think first question is, where does the yield come from? There's token rewards, trading fees on AMMs, and demand for leverage in the form of perp funding. And all of these things have become harder to manage as the space has become more and more professionalized. UniV3 is way harder to manage than UniV2. Funding arbitrage and funding strategies are moving around all the time. And so for users, and that it's just become easier to package all of these things into professionally managed vaults. And so it completely abstracts away the complexity from users, and that's generally the trend that finance has always taken. Technology is just bundling and unbundling and repeating the cycle. The first wave of DeFi unbundled everything and made the user experience pretty hard for the average user, and so it seems like the trend is going towards repackaging that in things that are easier to use.
Dion, do you want to add, on how the investor base has become more sophisticated? Like now we see it like more funds or more sophisticated investors or high net worth, other than just like, you know, every other, you know, retail investor?
Yeah, for sure. I think that the Ethereum DeFi ecosystem has really matured in the last few years since the last cycle. You know, as Alex mentioned earlier, the earliest version of Uniswap was a simple pool, you know, two-sided liquidity, not the most efficient, a lot of impermanent loss, but it worked because it was the early days, everybody was still experimenting. And over time, you see on-chain a lot more institutions getting involved. Just as a point of reference, if you look at Aave, the top 1% of users account for 50% of TVL. This is a $30 billion protocol. So something like 200 to 400 users, you know, are controlling like 15 billion on Aave alone. So you see that, especially lending protocols, it does tend to be much more sophisticated, institutional type of users. You think about retail users, they're not looking to earn 5 to 10%. You know, they want to trade meme coins, they want to get a lottery ticket, make 10x, 100x. So it's just a very different user base, and with the growth of lending protocols on chain, that really is a reflection of growing institutional user base.
Charles, do you want to add like how all of this like borrowing and lend is translating like or transferring to you at DYDX, right? Like because it's the same pool of family at the end of the day.
Yeah, absolutely. We are able to kind of trace a little bit where are the USDCs. So the collateral you use when you trade on DYDX is USDCs. So we are able to trace a little bit where are these USDCs coming from, and a portion of it is coming from lending protocols. So it's very interesting to see how essentially, even though we are our own chain and it's our own ecosystem, just people will bring liquidity from, should it be Ethereum or Layer 2s or Solana. So it's an interesting way to get additional flow within DYDX, and we can trace that. One thing we are exploring as well, and it's probably kind of building on what you were saying just earlier, we launched at DYDX our own systematic liquidity provision system. Essentially, it's an automatic traders on DYDX. So we have about 180 different trading pairs, and it's not possible for the protocol to get like market making agreements for all of this. And sometimes some of those markets are not organically liquid. So we launched this liquidity system called the Mega Vault, where essentially a portion of the protocol fees are distributed into this Mega Vault to provide liquidity. But the size of this Mega Vault went very, very big very quickly. This Mega Vault is operated by a third-party operator called Gotlet. I think it's a name familiar in the DeFi ecosystem. And what we're exploring also right now is effectively the Mega Vault varies between 50 million to 80 millions. Not everything can be deployed. So there is an avenue of research right now looking at how this essentially pool of liquidity within the protocol can be lended back to some traders at the protocol level itself. So we are very much exploring to give as much optionalities for traders, mostly institutionals, to get access to liquidity and deploy it within DYDX. So lending can come from lending protocol, but it can come also when you have the resources and the engineering available to basically bring liquidity from your protocol to your own users, which is something new for us.
Kirk, I wanted to talk to you about your integration with Coinbase, right? I think it's pretty big. Congrats. What does it mean, right? Like Coinbase, you know, they've been doing phenomenal work, but what does it mean for DeFi? And then how does it pull down, you know, on the pools level?
So at the end of the day, the vast majority of people in the world are never going to be like signing transactions and looking at call data, right? In order to bring crypto and its benefits to the world, we need to be able to go through various stages of less decentralized intermediaries in order to, you know, replace the, if you think about, you know, 100 million people with $1,000 in their checking account, how can we cut the margins of those banks and bring them into DeFi lending? And so what makes Morpho special is that it is not, you know, like Ava or Compound or Maker, a single pool with a single risk manager that's mutable. It's a platform that anyone can build on. And this immutable code base, which has the highest audit density per line of code of any in DeFi, gives big players like Coinbase the confidence to expose their users to it. You know, naturally, Coinbase is very hesitant to expose their users to DeFi risk. Like, we look at the Bybit hack, even a Gnosis safe, which is a trusted pillar of the ecosystem, can be vulnerable to front-end compromises. So Coinbase would be very hesitant to put user funds into any protocol that's upgradable. So this, very lindy, non-upgradable code creates a foundation that Coinbase, and not only them, but in the future, TradFi players, banks, wealth managers, can be confident integrating for their users with the knowledge that it will never change, no one can turn it off, they can fully customize their own risk exposure however they want. And so that's what we're really excited about at Morpho, is giving a toolkit, right? We have no opinions about risk. Anyone can build whatever they want on it. Degen vaults with 25% APR, safe treasury-backed vaults with 5% APR, and really have a customized experience. And with our future products, we will intend to keep going down this path of making it more and more customizable and as simple as possible for people to integrate with.
Do you think, in an extension, and then please feel free to add on thoughts, because as Charles mentioned, I know Alex, you're working on it, and Term is probably also looking at, do you think other ecosystems can be as liquid as Ethereum?
As Ethereum, probably not anytime soon. But the way we see it is Morpho's relationships to all of these people who are building on top is similar to the relationship between Ethereum and the L2s. Ethereum does not preference or prioritize any L2. They provide this neutral base infrastructure that other people can build compelling businesses and diversified use cases on. And so that's what we'd like to see. And so, maybe Morpho on World Chain will never be close to as liquid as Morpho on Ethereum, but that's okay because it's a different user base, right? Like the DeFi whales on Ava who are managing $1 billion are going to want the strongest possible security guarantees on mainnet, but tens of millions of people who want to earn some savings on $100, $1,000 of their savings through the World app can be very happy there and served through this, different user-centric product that's primarily mobile app-centric that has minimal gas costs. So to me, it's not it's not only the most liquid network that's valuable, but what's valuable is multiple differentiated use cases that can expand how many users we can reach to eventually everyone in the world.
Maybe to build on that and to come back to your questions, will some other ecosystems be able to grow closer to the size of Ethereum? I think what Morpho illustrates is essentially new strategies in terms of distribution. I think all of us in the industry in DeFi, we can do a better job at distributing products. And if we look at how financial products are distributed in TradFi, they're distributed via B2B2C. If you want to buy a fund from BlackRock, it's very hard to get an account directly with BlackRock, right? You will get it from your broker or your bank. So what we spend a lot of time working on right now at the DYDX Foundation is looking at how we can essentially rethink the distribution of DYDX and DeFi products in general. And essentially, if you're looking for new users for DeFi protocols, you can try to kind of steal them from your peers within the on-chain business. But the next step is basically like the customers which are the most ready are coming from CeFi. And there is great conversations to have with the Binance, the Coinbase of the world, where essentially all those centralized exchanges are in a global race to acquire licenses. Most of those licenses are only for spot. So as soon as Binance or Coinbase get a license in a country, most of the time they have to stop lending with their customers. They have to stop futures. And what this big pool of customers behind these CeFi players, what they want to do, those exchanges, is essentially keeping the customers within their ecosystem. So they are all building the same strategies. They are all building wallets. The Coinbase wallet, the Binance wallet, and the list goes on. And it's I think, an opportunity for many DeFi protocols. Should you be in direct lending? Should you be in trading like we are? To essentially bring your products where the users are. And you will be surprised how the conversations are evolving. It's a little bit counterintuitive to think like, should I go and engage with CeFi to grow my DeFi project? But I think you should, and there is an alignment. You can do revenue share. I suppose you guys are doing revenue shares with Coinbase. I think we're going to see what Morpho very elegantly executed on, being replicated on many different other topics. Should it be for swaps, for perps, or many other topics? So the Web3 distribution, I think, is probably starting a new chapter, and the early movers in these strategies to bring products where the users are will pay off big time.
I would echo that as well. I think historically the space has had a lot of opinions about how to manage distribution and who the users are. We've taken a stance and to have obviously we have technical opinions, and there are tech stacks we prefer, and we prefer lower fees. But in general, we'll just go where the customers are, and different customer profiles live on different chains, different sizes of transactions have different security requirements. And if you look at the life cycle of liquidity, for all emerging protocols, it seems like the pattern that's emerging is, first you engage a bunch of, DeFi funds to provide largely mercenary capital to bootstrap your liquidity. Then you integrate with more DeFi traditional venues, your receipt tokens get listed elsewhere, you integrate your receipt token with the Morphos of the world, you allow a bunch of DeFi looping, etc. And then over time, you plug into the real organic distributions with, eventually the neobanks of the world, the C5 venues of the world. And, you're seeing it with Athena just wrapping their product into an SPV or an actual fund vehicle. And so fundamentally, we're building DeFi plumbing. And I think we have to be realistic about the fact that, in general, you don't distribute the plumbing. It's abstracted away between the user and like behind a layer of much more user-friendly interfaces.
Yeah, I think my view is, at least as far as EVM world goes, it's going to be very, very hard to unseat Ethereum L1 as a primary liquidity layer. If you think about it, a blockchain has network effects, just like social networks or something like Uber. It's really hard for one person to unilaterally switch when everybody else is still, on the other system. So I couldn't start driving on the left side of the road if everybody's still driving the right side. I'm going to get run over. And every player has the same kind of thought process. When I'm launching a new protocol, do you want to go somewhere new, or can I go here where all the liquidity is and where all the business is? And so unless there's a concerted, coordinated move somewhere else, it's very hard to unseat that network effect. You do see it in social networks, like you have Facebook, copycats of Facebook won't work, but maybe you have something like Instagram or TikTok that offers something new, and then you can also build a network effect there. But EVM by definition is exactly the same. So how do you get some other EVM that's exact copy, L2 or another L1, that does the exact same thing as Ethereum, has the same limitations as Ethereum, to kind of take that liquidity? I just think it's very hard.
Great. Dion, I actually have a question for you. I wanted to, and Alex, feel free to anyone chime in. I wanted to talk to you about collateralized lending, right? We, at the fund, we've seen some C5 players blow up over the years, right? And obviously the argument was that, look, DeFi works, right? And then we see options on term, and then, on you guys, collateral and how important it is. And then the emergence of collateralized platforms coming back. Why is it, yes, it's important, but why does it so much matter now than aside from what we've historically seen, the blown ups?
Yeah, I think the limitation of DeFi is also its strength. In DeFi, all of your counterparties are anonymous. The only thing you know is their public address. You have no idea who they are. So you can't sue them, and you can't chase them down. So it's very hard, near impossible, to do unsecured lending on-chain to somebody you don't know. So all lending to date on-chain has been collateralized. And collateralized lending is the most secure type of lending in TradFi. Obviously there are a lot of limitations to that. If you don't already have money, you can't borrow money. Only people who already have capital to begin with are able to access capital. But also because of that, all your loans are much more secure because there is something backing it. And worst case scenario, you can seize the collateral if there's bad debt. So when you hear about cycles of credit growth driving boom-bust cycles, leading to bad debt and financial crises, that's always coming from unsecured credit. But it's really hard to go over your skis if you always require real hard collateral behind a loan. And so because of that, DeFi lending has been very safe. All DeFi lending is backed by real and liquid collateral. And so you see when even with Bitcoin falls 90% peak to trough, the lending protocols are, are solvent. And that's not something you have in TradFi. It's just not possible. If you do unsecured debt, there will be people who can't pay. We'll see what happens over time, but so long as DeFi stays collateralized, then I think DeFi will be really safe. but there will be a lot of use cases that just won't be possible. I think the last thing I would mention along those lines is that, another key real strength of the blockchain is addressing counterparty risk. So in TradFi, you lend to somebody, lend to your bank or borrow from a bank, you're trusting that they're holding on to your collateral. And if they go under, you might lose your collateral. With a smart contract, you don't have to trust anything. The collateral stays there. There's no private keys. You can't hack a Gnosis safe. It's programmatically locked in the smart contract. So I think that is really, one key use case of the blockchain is removing that kind of middleman custodian role and turning it into a smart contract that, is super secure.
Alex, do you want to quickly add to it? I know you said
Yeah,
you won't talk about your parent company.
Yeah, as much as I love collateralized lending, I think it's also a limiting factor to how much crypto can grow. At some point, we have to crack portfolio margin in this space for more than perps. At some point, we have to actually. It's not really credit. Like we collateralize credit. There's no credit risk, right? Like you have risk on your collateral, but you're not evaluating your counterparty. At August, we do a bunch of OTC lending. We provide the tools, and I think DeFi, being on a blockchain alone, is still 90% cheaper to operate a financial firm. By virtue of the fact that the loan is on chain, you can inspect the counterparty in real time. Issuing the loan is programmatic. You don't need to deal with layers and layers of paperwork. And you can implement blockchain-level transaction approval policies to control what your counterparty does with the funds. And so at August, basically, if I borrow $1 million and tell people that I'm going to buy ETH with it, I lose admin control of my account. The admin control goes to my lender. And so if I try to buy some other coin that's not Ethereum, the transaction failed. And so we're trying to push in that direction to enable more and more credit. And at some point, we're going to have to do that. And the hope is that you put more of the credit on the blockchain and migrate the traditional financial rails onto a blockchain. Yeah.
Kirk, Charles, quick thoughts on it, like 19 seconds.
Just a final thought is there's an arms race between under-collateralized lending and tokenization, right? So the question that I would encourage you all to think about is what are the interesting asset classes that can be readily tokenized? And in general, that's things that are more fungible, right? Like not your house, but like ETFs. But there's a lot of things, 99% of the world's assets are not there yet, but they're coming soon.
Any quick last thought from you? Well, okay, thank you so much. We're over time. Hope this was helpful. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Floating fees are burning. ZK proofs the chains keep turning. Every block we validate is trustless, clean and fair. Open source and gas optimized, code permissionless and finalized. Fork marmots on the scene, we're gonna bid a little it there. Some TradFi bro just rolled his eyes. Where's the yield? Where's my supply? But we don't need your banker games. We just launch and stake on chain. Go, we pay, let the city on sports and chains. We pay, let the city with regen brains. We pay, let the city on sports and chains. No rug pulls, just pure on chain. Chains. She's a Colorado comet in code forged steel, wings snipping latency like scissors through gel. 9 centuries young with a lance that's if your chain's choking Ethernight whiz. Found her at a bully hook sucking down APIs, armor clinking with layer 2 lullabies. Scalability scripture, she winks at the moon while Lagron drools over slow motion doom. LUKSO, her shield's a disco wall, fracturing legs, grass, shooby-doo-bop crack. Ooh, that lance a lightning fork, splitting bottlenecks backs. Alliance architect with a bufficorn's grit, teaching stale protocols how to fucking commit. Decentralize this, she smirks mid-flight as her wings tickle nodes into doing things right. Da-da-da-da. Stay-doo-doo-doo, boo-boo-doo-doo-doo, boo-doo-doo-doo-doo. Architect with a bufficorn's grit, teaching stale protocols how to fucking commit. Decentralize this, she smirks mid-flight as her wings tickle nodes into doing things right. To do do with a do do with a do 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 with do 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 do. You ordered a moonwalk across gas feed graves. My mainnet's smoother than your mom's VPN saves. Daughter of the Rockies, high-speed high priestess, scales of justice ballast on a Memphis Express. Next bottleneck, I see mountain crush it. Click, clack, bosom, lace on firewall. Eyes spooked and truce from dress sheets. That's my device. Nullifier sniffing by my clothes too crisp. Mainnet gossips, tastier than breakfast chips. Story, hack, flurry. Mama's making news before the cold reload. Got receipts in my cheeks, encrypted and plumbed. Your private DMs, I'm the dumpster dive chump. Eyes everywhere, not just 3 bird phones. Haunteries whisper, king chomp and blockchain bones. Make it down to my voted fuck. Stealth crawl through your junk dead scene. Hand it up to the entropy. Mace cracked balls like who's got the keys? Nullifiers huffing, you're just a rat with firewall splinter to confetti bits. I'm curating leaves at the after party, sipping TLS tears. Call me well connected, I call it.
Guitar slide. Guitar slide.
Coffee for drip and the lab coat on fire. Sticky note constellation stuck to the ceiling wire. Gas fees are confetti. They rock on PI. Get homemade in 7 for time. Shaboom, dose, efficiency pulse. The lag runs lagging in his latency soak. Professor Way's got the future on spin book. Urging notes dancing where the bottleneck's been. Professor Way's got the future on spin book. Bugging tomorrow with yesterday's RAM stains. Velcro boots clicking through blockchain debris. notes flutter like drunk bumblebees. Optimize the board fins, they cackle and shout. Self-sustaining hubs flicker in the blackouts out. Professor Way's got the future on spin, urging notes dancing where the bottlenecks been. Professor Way's got the future on spin, plugging tomorrow with yesterday's ram stains. Chaos is not a compeller. Order's just a bug I forgot to unfurl. Mainnet shivers as their wild hair glows. Rumored AI, nah, just 3 Red Bulls in a row. What you building, prop? A singularity jukebox. How you stay charged? Espresso stream through my cortex. Who's your nemesis? Light runs dial-up found. Age, old as speak, young as each block mine down. Professor Way's got the future on spin, urging notes dancing where the bottleneck's been. Professor Way's got the future on spin, plugging tomorrow with yesterday's ram stains. Running mad's just a beta test for Boodle. Oh, peach on the sky. 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 We're biddies, not just dreamers. On-chain truth, no middle schemers. Forking hard and shipping code till sunrise every day. DAOs are voting, vibes are flowing. Buff corns are still a-growing. While the world is breaking down, we're regen in a new way. Some VC said this tech won't last. And the hurt bubble, watch it crash. But we don't need your central banks, 'cause regen fiddlers stack in stacks. For we biddy let this city on sports and chains. We biddy let this city with regen brains. We biddy let this city on sports and chains. No rug pulls, just pure on chain. Whale pools floating, fees are burning. ZK proofs the chains keep turning. Every block we validate is trustless, clean and fair. Open source and gas optimized, cause permissionless and finalized. Fork marmots on the scene, you know we're gonna bid a little it there. Some tread bro just rolled his eyes. Where's the yield? Where's my supply? But we don't need your banker games. She's a Colorado comet in code forged steel, wings snipping latency like scissors through gel. 9 centuries young with a lance that's, if your chain's choking Ethernet whiz. Found her at a bullet hook sucking down APIs, armor clinking with layer 2 lullabies. Scalability scripture, she winks at the moon while Lagrange drools over slow motion doom. Her shield's a disco wall, fracturing legs, grass, shooby crack. Ooh, that lance a lightning fork, splitting bottlenecks backs. Alliance architect with a bufficorn's grit, teaching stale protocols how to fucking commit. Decentralize this, she smirks mid-flight as her wings tickle nodes into doing things right. Da-da-da-da. Architect with a bufficorn's grit, teaching stale protocols how to fucking commit. Decentralize this, she smirks mid-flight as her wings tickle nodes into doing things right. To do with for do with for do with with do 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 do. You ordered a moonwalk across gas feed graves. My mainnet's smoother than your mom's VPN saves. Daughter of the Rockies, high-speed high priestess. Scales of justice ballast on a Memphis Express. Next bottleneck, I see mountain crush it. Click, clack, bosom, lace on firewall. I smoothed and truce from dress sheets. That's my device. Nullifier sniffing by my clothes too crisp. Mainnet gossips, tastier than breakfast chips. Story, hack, flurry. Mama's making news before the cold reload. Job receipts in my cheeks, encrypted and plumbed. Your private DMs, I'm the dumpster dive jump. Eyes everywhere, match 3 bird phones. Haunteries whisper, king chomp and blockchain bones. Make it down to my voted fuck. Stealth crawl through your junk dance scene. Bend it up to the entropy. Mace cracked vaults like, who's got the keys? Nullifiers huffing, you're just a rat with As firewall splinter to confetti bits, I'm curating leaks at the after party, sipping TLS tears. Call me well connected, I call it
Jillian from Earn and Stream, Ivy from Plume, and Felix from Greenfield Capital.
Thanks a lot. Yeah, I mean, maybe we can each say a little bit about our project. I'm Felix from Greenfield Capital. We are investing across crypto, DeFi, consumer infrastructure, and our core thesis is that DeFi can reach its true potential if it can serve the real world. And yeah, hence I'm really excited to moderate this panel.
I'm Jillian. I'm from EarnStream. We're based in the Bahamas, and we're turning wages into liquid, programmable digital assets so that employees could instantly use it and access financial products and credit.
Hey guys, I'm Ivy. I'm on the BD side of Plume. We are an L1 focused on RWAs and focused on the intersection of RWAs and DeFi composability. We're looking to bring on all types of tokenized assets and actually make them usable, interesting, and actually allow crypto users to tap into real-world yield.
Hey guys, I'm John from Superstate. I'm the head of engineering. What we do at Superstate is we basically take private mutual funds with investment mandates, and then we put them on Ethereum as ERC20s. So one of our products is a treasury bill fund. The other is a cash and carry trade, not too different from Athena. And our assets have allow lists, but we put a lot of effort into making sure they're still composable in DeFi.
Yeah, I think generally, us crypto natives, we're talking about onboarding RWAs, while TradFi rather talks about on-chain finance. I think ultimately it will just be finance, all running on blockchains, with the advantages that encompasses. We have around like 600 trillion assets globally, while crypto is only 3 trillion at the moment, around like 18 billion of tokenized assets, excluding stablecoins, which are 220 billion at the moment. So we have loads of room to grow. And I guess you guys are the ones that are making that happen. And are you rather providing the tech stack that improves an existing value proposition for your user base or an existing tech stack, or are you rather providing a solution that allows users to leapfrog non-existent solutions, for example, in emerging markets?
Yeah, so for EarnStream, we exist in an emerging market that has some specific nuances. One of the big things that we have in the Bahamas is exchange control that's been limiting how much we can access or how much we can use or how much we can benefit from some of the existing tech. But then, of course, there's tech that exists that is already out there, already usable, things like streaming payments that a lot of DAO companies use. And so I think we have a mesh of both, where we use a lot of the protocols that already exist, but we have to innovate some protocols and in one instance totally recreate how we approach some of the tech to be able to fall in line with regulation that's not likely to change right away. So for the tech, yeah, we have some small changes to make it fit the markets. And as we go through the Caribbean, I'm sure there are other nuances that we need to match, and we'll have to change tech for that as well. Yeah.
Yeah, at Plume, I think our goal is really to allow asset issuers all the way from the large Franklin Templetons to the middle market, credit funds, all the way down to smaller issuers, really tap into tokenization without the headache of hiring smart contract engineers. We actually built an in-house product called ARC. This is a tokenization that's free to use for our whole ecosystem, and it deploys smart contracts directly, and it lets asset issuers manage the lifecycle of their tokenized assets on Plume. I think on the more ecosystem side, we're really not trying to reinvent the wheel, because I think the beauty of what other ecosystems have built, Arbitrum, Ethereum mainnet, Optimism, is they built really great DeFi composability. And our goal is really to bring in some of these larger protocols, the Pendles, the Spectras, the Aves of the world, to accept these tokenized assets that are coming onto Plume and really be kind of like the breeding ground between the two. So imagine you can take a tokenized credit position or a yield-bearing treasury or some sort of yield-bearing asset that's potentially one of your assets, and actually make them, let's say, collateral on a permissionless borrow lend market, or allow you to trade the yield portion in a DEX. That's something that we're trying to bridge. So we're not creating all of our products in-house, but really trying to bring the hard part on, which is the tokenization part, and allow the benefits of composability and the integration with existing protocols happen.
Yeah, at Superstate there's a lot of similarities with Plume in the sense that we're not really trying to reinvent the wheel, but we're trying to take assets that exist off-chain and make them useful on-chain and be used widely throughout DeFi. So that's it in a nutshell.
Cool. And what kind of asset classes are you seeing most demand for, be it from the issuer side or the supply side or demand side? And is it rather retail or institutional? And what are you guys focusing on specifically?
Yeah, I can take this one. So on Superstate, what we're seeing a lot of demand for so far is especially our treasury bill fund. A lot of stablecoin issuers are starting to use USTB, that's our treasury bill fund, to back their stablecoin and potentially pass some of that yield back to customers. So for example, Frax just launched their new stablecoin, FRX USD, and it uses 2 different Superstate assets to back it along with other assets as well.
Yeah, I think treasuries are probably the ones that are going to have the most kind of next product market fit. I think what's interesting is any type of yield product that is in the profile of like more liquid. So it could be, pay-fi products where you're financing cross-border payments. Anything that's more liquid, I think, will have kind of the next iteration of traction. What stablecoins did really well was they were actually the original RWA because they're backed by treasuries. But the reason why people don't actually even think that they are RWA is because they kind of transcended that, and they're composable, they're permissionless. Anyone can buy them and purchase them and sell them. So I think as we move down to kind of the scale, it'll probably go from treasuries to money markets, and just go more as the industry matures. You'll start to find credit things of that nature that get more composable and used throughout crypto.
Yeah, and for us, so we're still very, very early stage, so we haven't seen the demand yet. But I mean, what we're banking on is looking at exactly, what we're doing is tokenizing wages. And so the programmability that it brings to the retail market is something that we think is going to be very, very useful for those markets. And then treasury management and things like yield for the institutional markets is what we are looking at, and we think will be beneficial to those markets. Yeah.
Can I throw in a quick wild card? So I think the next asset class that's going to come on chain pretty quickly is tokenized equity. I don't think we're there yet, but I think it's actually going to happen really, really fast.
Yeah, I guess we already see some tokenized ETFs. I mean, I think Mirror, for example, back in the day was a pretty wild success until it was not.
Like a legitimate version.
Yeah, but yeah, definitely. I think that's really cool, and like maybe we come to that like in the composability part, like having large numbers of asset classes, the biggest asset classes on chain, enabling then just automated portfolio management via AMMs. I think that's a really exciting use case, personally. What would you say are the most significant advantages of tokenizing individual assets or funds? I guess the question is a bit like, where do we also see like more traction in the short to mid-term? Since I think it's a bit hard for individual investors to like track for like all the individual assets and kind of invest, for example, into individual loans. But in your mind, or maybe from your use case perspective, what are the most significant advantages?
This is the problem that we're building EarnStream for. We find that like in the emerging markets or in the markets that we are in, employees just can't access credit because they can't access the financial products that are needed to basically for lenders to give them the products. Right now, 40% of employees in the Bahamas have access to credit and financial products. The rest of the workforce is underbanked, and so so that's kind of like where we see that benefit for tokenized wages. Yeah.
Cool.
Forgot your question halfway, but yeah, we're there.
Yeah, I mean, like you could say like wage, like a tokenized wage is like an individual tokenized asset. Yeah. Like I mean, you can basically tokenize all different kinds of, like as physical asset plus financial assets, and like a cash flow, like a stream is definitely kind of like you can represent that.
Yeah, that cash flow is where there's a lot of benefit. We did some models based on minimum wage workers, and if a worker, and let me get my stats right, if a worker enters a job with $760 of debt, it would normally take them, and this is absolute minimum wage, which just rose in the Bahamas, and Stefan's gonna have to tell me what it is. I think it's $7.25 an hour now. If they were to enter a new job with $760 in debt, they would be able to pay that off in 8 months. But with the fast accumulation of streaming or that increased cash flow, they're actually able to pay it off in 3.5 months. by doing nothing different, just because the cash is accumulating faster and they can actually allocate it because it's programmable, allocated toward paying off the bill faster.
And maybe also more capital efficiency for using like the stream payment, like maybe even in a yield-bearing asset.
Absolutely, and that's without having the yield-bearing side, and that's without calculating extra fees on top of that for late payments. Yeah.
Yeah, I think one thing that we're really excited about at Plume is actually unlocking liquidity for a lot of assets that are very idle, currently sit in walled gardens and don't really have much utility. One good example I think a lot of companies in this space are trying to do is actually tokenize private markets. So you can think of like pre-IPO equity or private positions that are held within funds. What's really great about liquid markets is that they enable price discovery. So imagine you can actually have very, very liquid trading markets that don't use a middleman broker to match buy and sell orders of, let's say, you want to purchase SpaceX stock, right? Actually having this on a decentralized trading venue where you're not kind of only matched with whitelisted participants or other institutions can actually now enable folks to go down the line down to retail, and then also enable kind of a price discovery of these private markets that have traditionally been held very close to like the company and very close to the investors that are close to the company. So I think that's one. Also potentially using these assets as collateral, right? Being able to generate yield potentially off a private market position, or being able to generate yield off of like a tokenized S&P is something that is unlocked by tokenization as well. So there's some like niche use cases, but I think those are like net new benefits that we can bring to the market.
Yeah, I think one thing that we all take for granted being in crypto is trading 24/7 with real-time prices. And so Superstate, we make mutual funds. And traditionally with a mutual fund, you will have one price per business day, right? And you have to wait until the next business day to get the price of the previous business day to actually exit your position. So to try to solve for this, we came up with what we call continuous pricing for USTB, such that for every second you can get a continuously increasing price of USTB based on what the yield of the treasury bills is. So this allows people to enter and exit positions very, very quickly and provides more of a real-time price for a asset class that didn't have it. Another use case is that ERC-20s are way easier to send around. So if you are a whale using an OTC desk, you use trading desks regularly, instead of posting USD or USDC as collateral, you could post a T-bill product, which would allow you to, still hold on to some yield without having to give up on that.
Yeah, so some of you already touched upon the element of composability using tokenized assets as collateral. I think that's super powerful. In case you have any other kind of use cases, how we can actually enhance yield or enhance just utility for tokenized assets through the power of composability. I would be curious to hear about that, and also whether we need actually synchronous composability, for example, for flash loans, or if like it's totally fine if it's asynchronous, like sequentially happening for this type of use case specifically. Yeah.
Guess that looks for me. Yeah. So I mean, all of the different components or the primitives in EarnStream, I think we prioritize security and compliance more than anything. And for what we're doing, there's no real need to have like synchronous composability. So asynchronous is probably best for us. I'm sure there's a use case in there somewhere down the line, but asynchronous is kind of where we're at, just because of the regulatory environment. The security and compliance is just where we're at. It's people's wages, it's payroll. And so each of those, I guess, modular blocks of what we're building just really need to happen one on its own. We're trying this out. We don't want to do too much to start. Yeah.
Yeah, so we actually think about this a lot. I was originally under the assumption that everything that we did at Superstate should have a atomic synchronous composability element to it. And I realized that a lot of our customers actually don't care. It's kind of split. So that real-time pricing thing that I was talking about, we built that so we could do atomic subscriptions and redemptions from the fund all on chain. So you wouldn't have to touch anything besides smart contracts. However, we have a lot of customers who, you know, we have some of our customers are venture capitalists investing their funds while they're waiting to deploy them. They don't want to use a smart contract. They want to burn their tokens and then 5 minutes later have USDC sent to their wallet. So it's really the right thing for the right customer. And at Superstate, we do both.
And you, Jill, you touched upon the regulatory component already. Like, do the other guys have a stance or opinion on what are the regulatory challenges in enabling composability for tokenized assets, like to use them in wider DeFi? Or solutions also, potentially.
Yeah. I think it's been a really tough environment to operate in RWAs, especially for, you know, Plume itself. We're based in the States. We're based in New York. So the core team is, you know, based here. All our engineers and devs are also based in the States. I think traditionally, you know, it's actually been really unclear if you actually tokenize an asset that's not a security and actually and if you put it on chain, the question still stands, does it become a security? So we've been kind of operating in this gray area for a very long time where we don't know actually if tokenizing assets presents additional layer of regulatory risk. Because one of the way that it's offered, you know, on blockchain, you know, can you give this, you know, to the retail folks as well? Does this like classify securities offering? So we're working right now. I think we've actually entered kind of an interesting era with, you know, the regulation in the States with the new administration of, you know, they've classified a lot of, with the lawsuits like Coinbase is offering, you know, Avalanche, Solana securities. I think there is an interesting white space where the admin is currently actually very, very positive on tokenization. You know, at Plume, we've kind of like taken the Uber approach. We're like, you know, if there is no current, you know, guidelines, black and white, we'll operate in that gray area. For example, our focus really is to have assets be distributed even to retail users, right? So, you know, for offerings that are traditionally maybe only given to accredited, you know, we have different ways with protocols that we build in-house. One called Nest, actually Nest DAO LLC actually takes inspiration from the MakerDAO model, where you actually have your own DAO KYBing with different entities, and so they're the entity that that we are facing with issuers, right? And then we can actually permissionlessly distribute yield, similar to how SDAI is actually modeled. So I think, you know, for us, we've always been kind of a few steps ahead on the regulatory side, but more regulation is actually useful for, I think, RDBs in general, because it gives some clear guidelines on how to operate. And so, yeah, I mean, very hopeful. I think a lot of firms, we talked to a lot of institutional firms in the States, a lot of them are very, very bullish and very positive on the outcome of tokenizing these assets. And I think, you know, New York will kind of become, you know, continue to be a hub for RDBs especially.
Yeah, from a regulatory perspective, there were definitely challenges with the old administration. I would say that it actually materially impacted our go-to-market strategy. So our products right now are only for qualified purchasers. Later on this year, our Treasury Bill Fund will be a public fund, so that means anyone who does KYC can invest instead of having to be a qualified purchaser. And like that's just one example of how the regulatory landscape changed, and it actually made our products better.
Cool. Yeah, I mean, some of you also touched upon stablecoins already. We have now, as I mentioned earlier, 220 billion in outstanding supply. And it seems like, to a large extent, stablecoins have been the main distribution channel for RWAs since, like, at least for the fiat-backed and, like, on-chain RWA-backed stablecoins, like, it's a really sizable part, or the majority, actually, of the stablecoin supply that's constructed like this, like. And do you think that will continue that way to be, that stablecoins will be that distribution channel, maybe also like a compliant liquidity wrapper of sorts, where then everybody can just interact with it, and then as a next step being like the the checking account and savings account of the future that people can leverage in a composable way, programmable way through streams and so on and so forth. So how do you see that unfold?
In our case, I mean, stablecoins are obviously the base layer, and so I imagine that the traction only increases for stablecoins. But down the line, there's like we mentioned, like collateralizing future income, being able to get credit off of those products. Like I can see down the line where the wages being tokenized creates its own like asset class, but I don't think it's going to overtake stablecoins ever, because stablecoins are the base layer of what we're developing.
Yeah, we see the distribution and use case of stablecoins very important for the adoption of RWAs. At Plume, we actually have a neobanking strategy, right? I think what emerging markets have done really well is actually adopted the use of stablecoin as local payment or like a local way to protect against inflation of their local currency. I think the next iteration, right, is like after you reach this kind of, threshold of, okay, now we have kind of local economies using stablecoins. How else can they tap into safe ways of yield or actually U.S. denominated assets that can generate outsized return relative to their local market? So if you can enable, a local investor in Argentina to actually have access to QQQ or Tesla stock, that's a huge unlock for them that I think is overseen, or even a stable savings account, I think is tremendously valuable, because they don't completely trust banks, right? I think there's the benefit of being in the States is actually we trust our regulators and we actually trust our institutions. But when you go into other emerging economies, that trust isn't always there. And so by having a stable coin, a self-custodial wallet where you can actually earn yield sourced from American capital markets and American products, I think that's a very, very good use case, and something that we're kind of thinking about all the time is, who is and also I think there's an aspect of DeFi is kind of tapped out of its marginal user. I think a lot of the folks, who is kind of the next user of Aave or right, these primitives, because they're incredibly difficult to use for the average person. So how do we find ways to expand the pie of distribution and use cases of this over time?
Yeah, I don't think stablecoins are going anywhere especially as long as USD is the world reserve currency. I think what we will see a lot more of, which we're starting to see now, is it's stablecoins in the front and then it's tokenized products in the back. And those are usually abstracted away from the user. So they're interacting with the stablecoin. They see that they're getting yield on the stablecoin, but the yield is actually coming from, for example, a tokenized T-bill product.
Cool. Yeah, thanks a lot to all the panelists here. Appreciate your thoughts. And we're at the end of the panel. Thanks to everybody here also.
Where's the yield? Where's my supply? But we don't need your banker games. We just launch and stake on chain. Go, we pay, let the city on sports and chains. We pay, let the city with regen brains. We pay like the city on sports and chains. No rug pulls, just pure on chain. She's a Colorado Comet in code forged steel.
MC Noah. I'm an intern at J Squared. I'm here to present the panel, The Next Wave of Consumer Crypto. So I don't know if you guys want me to introduce you, or you guys can introduce yourselves and give a brief intro.
Great.
Yeah.
Thank you so much. I'm Aditi. I work on Para. We're building embedded wallet and onboarding infrastructure for apps building on crypto rails.
Hey, what's up? My name's Ozzy. I'm the founder of Zo. We're building an chain-agnostic app that converges capital, intelligence, and coordination into one venue. Think WeChat.
Hi everyone, I'm Alex, one of the co-founders at Rarible. I now recently moved to Rare Foundation side, working on the token. You know, Rarible, NFT company, we're doing all sorts of things, NFTs, for consumers, for businesses. Yeah, that would be it.
And I'm Richard, one of the co-founders of Orb Labs, and we're building API to help wallets and apps interact with all chains as if they're one.
Great. This panel is meant to be less of a primer into consumer crypto and more about the tacticals of operating in and building a consumer crypto company. These founders have been around for a very long time, and so I hope we can get into some interesting tidbits through this discussion. Great, consumer crypto. So trading and speculation drive a lot of crypto's attention and innovation, and obviously all the cycles we've all been through. And so if you could remove the financial incentives overnight, would anything valuable be left?
I can start. I think I experienced that firsthand with NFTs being the meme coins last cycle, when all the speculation was inside NFTs. We had like bubbles, and now all the speculators left. So we are here to experience what is left with NFTs without speculation. And I see two fundamental values. One of them is community. You still want to be part of the community. You're ready to pay several $1,000s for it, not like $400,000 as for like Ape last cycle. Maybe like the biggest one is CryptoPunk, right? 100, 150K. It's still a great community. I'm going to go like to their brunch tomorrow. So this is a very fundamental market, about like 100 million in fees for everyone. Not too much for like 5 companies, right? We're battling for this revenue, but this is very fundamental. Another one is art, which is smaller than that. Second use case for NFT, which is like 20 million in fees for everyone. And I'm seeing a new emerging one, which is social, which is great, but very early, maybe like 5 million in fees. So that's what's left for the NFTs. Yeah. See the same in meme coins soon.
I think adding on to that, I strongly agree on the notion of community. I think the wallet is the perfect form of identity. It's pseudo-anonymous, self-sovereign, user-owned, and you have money over IP natively baked into this identity solution. Using that as a mechanism to gate based on reputation, I think it's a very powerful experience. Again, without speculation, I do think that with the proliferation of LLMs, long-tail SaaS, the sort of economics of that is changing, and I think pay per action or pay per use using microtransactions such as on stablecoins, I think will open up a new medium for the on-chain economy.
I'm not sure I completely agree, actually. I think both of the use cases you highlighted still have a very strong financial component to it, right? So for example, even the metrics Alex mentioned for why these things are clear signs of traction was very much so revenue and volume, how much you're making. I think if you couple in trading, which is buying and selling stuff, with the whole financial sort of like landscape, then crypto's primary purpose is almost entirely financial. And the reason why is because like crypto's most useful for proving scarcity. And almost every time when you have something that is scarce, there's some sort of financial market that sort of emerges around it. And crypto does a pretty good job helping us track that scarcity and sort of like, well, couple the finances with it. But without that, almost everything we have right now can possibly be done with Web 2 infrastructure, and it'll be done pretty well, probably even better than it can be done in crypto right now, other than the financial stuff.
Yeah. Ooh, I like it. Some variety of opinions on this panel. And so in this kind of next upcoming cycle, you guys mentioned art, communities, microtransactions, payments. What's the kind of next upcoming shift you guys are really excited about, especially having been founders that have weathered multiple cycles at this point?
I can start again. So it's funny that you mentioned the first question, what would happen if we remove the speculation?
Yeah.
So that's actually the opposite of the direction we're going. We are adding speculation back.
Nice.
So that's like, it's not a secret that, it's not a surprise that the pump fund is the most like successful consumer product today in this cycle. And it is because it's fun. People earning money, losing money is super fun to do. So that's the direction we're taking. We're coming back to the consumer market with the financialized trading product for NFTs, for the up-and-coming chains where people would be able to speculate, get burned, get fun, and yeah, enjoy life.
Yeah, I think for most cycles, at least the previous cycles, there was this expectation that we would see new use cases emerge in crypto, and those use cases would sort of like power user adoption. I actually don't think that's the case going forward. I think for most new tech, within the first few years, you have a pretty good understanding of what you can enable with that tech. So take for the internet. Within the first, like, say, 10 years, we knew things like e-commerce, social, things like, TV and radio were going to be pretty big on the internet. I think crypto already knows the things that's going to be big on crypto. Most of it is speculative, most of it is trading, most of it's payments, most of it is sort of like just tracking scarcity of assets. And from that perspective, the goal here on now is not necessarily coming up with entirely new systems that will give people value, more so trying to find a way to make these systems easily accessible by the people who want them. And I still think like that's something that we're yet to sort of like do a pretty good job at. And there's a lot of tools, companies, and players out there doing that, and I think that's great.
Yeah, I think we're building a consumer-facing app, and if you are targeting the crypto consumer, there's only probably 1 million users that are actively on chain playing this sort of casino-like game. If you're targeting the non-Web3 consumer, the approach for like top of funnel all the way to the end state, most consumers aren't used to hitting connect wallet and then immediately resolving a payment to get something in return. And so I think some of the tools we're using, some of the approaches we take is basically paying on behalf of the user, like sponsored gas as a mechanism, and also being able to use some of our tools without ever needing to pay. But we keep the wallet and your IP address as a reputation mechanism, so you don't obviously spam us or sybil us. That's sort of the approach we're taking.
Yeah. And so you all touched on points around speculative use cases, but also trying to figure out ways to make the experience as easy as possible. And so how are you guys thinking about retaining your users, especially over the course of evolving use cases, evolving tooling that you're using? What has been the most successful strategies in kind of retaining your user base into your product?
We don't have a consumer-facing company, so our user base is primarily sort of like apps and wallets, and for them, the goal is always making sure they have the best possible experience so that they can give that experience to their users. And if you're satisfied, well, the users are satisfied, and by extension, we're doing well for ourselves. So that's been our goal, basically putting our customers first, making sure they have the best possible experience with the tools that they're using, and also trying to sort of anticipate the type of things that their users want to do down the line, and sort of like provide them with the tools to do that pretty well. That's been our strategy. But I'm pretty sure that it's drastically different from what we would be doing if we were a consumer-facing company. Like, just for context, like my first 2-3 years in crypto was spent building a social network on top of the Bitcoin blockchain. And the amount of work you have to do to sort of keep end users excited about just tools that are just crypto affiliated, but not necessarily speculative, is drastically different from just sort of like doing things that people want to do with speculative assets in crypto land.
Right, and I like that you mentioned the social network. I think my entire thesis about retention in the crypto is that every successful crypto app today is a network, and whoever has the network effect has retention. Whoever doesn't have network effect doesn't have retention.
Yeah.
Like you have a wallet with people send USDC. USDC has network effect. USDT has network effect. Uniswap has network effect.
Yeah.
Every network has retention, and people interact with each other, right? And that's why they stay. If they don't find who to interact with, they're leaving.
We think about, I'm the moderator, but I still have something to say about this. But we think about this a lot in the wallet world, especially with embedded wallets, where, yeah, like the whole point of crypto apps is composability. And often people are staying engaged in an app experience because there are composable things to do, whether it's with Barcaster like Ozzy's app or with NFTs or in general. And so, yeah, that's a big part of it. That makes sense.
I think with us, we've really taken a mobile-first approach back when we even started 2 years ago. And so I think the sort of model I have is capture attention, enable retention, and actualize intention in that order. And you're able to basically take bips on actualizing intent, but there has to be a medium to enable retention repeatedly. And so push notifications on mobile are basically the dominant medium through which Web 2 proliferated and created a relationship with their user. But crypto is very web-centric, where you use the extension. It's very difficult to keep a retentive user base with just web-based mediums. And also, I am building a sort of messaging-based social network, and we had a very hard time early on finding PMF. We were focused on sort of the DAO space by building like a decentralized Discord. Didn't really find PMF there, but when these LLMs came out, it's so powerful because it's infinite permutations of data. And with social networks, what you need is conversational liquidity. How to enable n number of interactions between actors. You can now bootstrap that with AI agents on the other side to enable retention and intention within your app immediately.
Cool. This next set of questions is a little bit more company building oriented, because I think there's a lot of folks in the audience that are thinking about starting a company in crypto, thinking more about consumer crypto. And so curious, what's an uncomfortable reality that operators in your specific verticals across AI, chain abstraction, NFTs refuse to acknowledge when they're getting started?
Refuse to acknowledge.
Refuse to acknowledge. So what's an uncomfortable truth about building a company in the space you're building in?
Yeah. Oftentimes it's too early. I think that's one of the uncomfortable truths. I still feel like even for us, even for NFTs, it might be still even too early. We have a bunch of problems on the infrastructure side that we need to solve for like a good consumer apps to be available. And then, you're taking a bet, it's going to be hard, and then it's like you have no control over the market, where it's going to grow or it's not, and sometimes you just sit there and wait for the market to arise. Yeah. So you need to have a very high conviction. If you're starting a company, you're going to probably spend like 5-10 years building that. So that's the thing you need to think about when you start a company.
You mentioned the infrastructure point. Is that more of like you're waiting for other parts of the infrastructure to get developed? Okay, interesting. In what way?
Well, every consumer application, I think, hit the scalability game. Like in 2021, NFTs, everybody was like, okay, let's create NFTs. Oh, it costs $100 to mint one. Okay, now let's create L2. Oh, there's no liquidity on L2. There's no interoperability. Okay, let's wait for the bridges to be built and integrated. Okay, we're sitting.
Definitely agree with Alex on the sometimes you're just too early point. So just for example, we first raised our seed round at Orb Labs 2 years ago, telling the story of simplifying Web3 UX. And it took almost a whole year before even the primary premise we were raising on, which is there's going to be this whole explosion of chains, to actually happen. And then once the explosion of chains point happened, it took like another year convincing folks that, hey, just bridging from chain to chain wasn't the most pleasant experience. Let's try to find something else. And I would say even the sort of conversation around chain abstraction is just starting to sort of turn in a positive direction, with wallets and apps suddenly starting to get interested in chain abstraction. But had we had everything done and sort of like ready to go 2 years ago, knocking on the door, trying to get people to sort of integrate the system, it probably wouldn't have gone so well because people just didn't feel that need or pain yet. So sometimes just being right there at the right time is exactly what you need to sort of like make an otherwise sort of like great idea take off.
Yeah. And I feel like in the infra world, you can very much lean with narratives. And I don't think that's the same in the consumer app space. I wonder if you have reactions to that.
So the thing about consumers aren't as swayed by very technical research jargon. You can basically present a very compelling sort of idea for why something should be there. And if the consumers don't find immediate need for it, they're not going to sort of budge, which makes consumer way more difficult to sort of like navigate if you're too early. In some cases, if you're too early in consumer, you're just dead. There's nothing else you can do about it. But yeah, again, like I think the secret there is making sure you actually monitor what people are doing and just try to sort of like provide slight optimizations on those and wait long enough to sort of like have your time under the sun. I'll take an example of this is like, there's right now a bridging player that is doing pretty well called Relay. And Relay's whole sort of like mechanism for moving funds around is like, give us your money and then we'll give you money again back on some other chain. There's some element of trust with Relay. Had Relay been launched 2 years earlier, it probably wouldn't have gotten that much sort of like traction because 2 years earlier, there was all this conversation around bridges being risky and possible hacks and do you have to trust a bridge operator? The appetite just wasn't there. There was a lot of like spooky conversations that users were aware of about like, hey, the problems with sort of like having a trusted intermediary. But now the times have changed, right? And now Relay sort of like benefiting immensely from this sort of like change in times for consumers. So again, like I think for consumer apps, just being there at the right time is sort of perfect for you to sort of like do well.
Yeah, I think with crypto, it's the half-life of narratives is so quick that being able to tell a story that can be fluid enough for the narratives that come, I think is very important. And also, I had some trouble early on with just hiring because I think the time to liquidity in crypto is so quick for what we do that it can attract sort of mercenary individuals that want just the liquidity and exit. And also, if there is a token attached to it, it does attract basically a certain type of a crowd on Twitter that can reflexively alter your course that you want it to do as a founder. So I think those are some things that I think about a lot as well.
And have you guys found that with the recent kind of meme coin meta that most social projects are reliant on launching a token? Or do you think that that's not true?
I know a lot that are, but I really don't think it's the right way to do it. You don't want to have a liquidity event and then build your product. You want to build your product, have retention, utility, and then have the liquidity event that can drive further network effects with a token as a flywheel for growth. And I think it's great that we get to see everyone experiment, but I don't think using a meme coin for your main product, maybe an ancillary product is okay, but not for your core product.
I think most successful social products don't have a token yet, actually. Like Farcaster doesn't have a token, Rodeo doesn't have a token, Zora is kind of social, doesn't have a token. Yeah, they will probably launch a token at some point, but then they're all trying. That's actually one category that I think can live with a token for some time, which is exciting.
I guess I still have some sort of PTSD from social days, but I'm not entirely sure I'm sold on any crypto social platform yet. I think like the general idea for social networks have historically done really well when they come around new content forms, and they're capable of capitalizing on those content forms to produce new experiences that users enjoy. So like with Twitter, you have SMS, so the whole 140 characters. With Instagram, the camera starts getting better, so you're good to go. With Snapchat, the front-facing camera gets better, so now you're better off with front-facing photos. Even TikTok and sort of like Vine all came when 4G internet was getting really good, so like you had better streaming video. I'm not sure we found that experience yet for crypto, other than possibly speculation, right?
Like the form factor.
The form factor.
Yeah.
Maybe speculation is that form factor.
I would argue NFTs were kind of that.
NFTs got really close. I agree.
Yeah.
But I think they couldn't hold on long enough to sort of like make it become the final thing users were coming for, right? Because I guess most users couldn't sort of like appreciate it as much as crypto heads did. Now the question is, is there some form factor in crypto that can incentivize a user experience that users want to stick to long term? Like we're talking over the span of a decade, which is like the main thing for social, right? You need to be around for like a decade to be able to capitalize on the sort of like return factor. And I think if we're being honest, perhaps crypto socials will look very different and they'll look more like Pump.fun than Facebook, Native Big Blue, or Instagram. And if that's the case, then they probably should be leaning more into speculation sooner rather than later.
Taking it all the way back. Yeah, circular. I'm curious, Alex, if you have thoughts on the form factor question, just given that you've spent so much time on NFTs.
That gave me good food for thought. NFTs are more like, people think that NFTs are content, but it's not really content. It's more like a feature of your like online identity. That's why it's a little bit different. But I agree, it did not reach the potential that needs to be. Like Lens tried to do social network on NFTs fully. I'm not sure it's working so far. Like Rodeo is also doing kind of social network with NFTs. Probably the most successful use case so far, but I agree, it's still like photo and video. Maybe the most successful social network in crypto is like payments network. You can pay people, and that's like kind of another form factor. Yeah, but it's good.
Yeah, I guess if you rank like Cash App as a pseudo social app, then like crypto is well positioned to sort of like have a global Cash App-esque system, right? With social features that sticks around. But yeah, I do think like again, payments, money, finances, sort of like speculation will probably end up being core parts of whatever social network appears in crypto.
Have you seen 0x People app?
I have not.
It's like some guy who like cashed out 200 million from his previous startup. He created a social network where you can see the net worth of the person when you're following them, like a network. Okay, it's like 200 million following, yes.
And it's funny, I think they also add in social feeds, and so you can see if they're tweeting about a token or something, and then they've just dumped it. It just gives you some better context on whether to buy it or not.
Yeah, sorry about that. Sorry for cutting you off, ADT. But just hearing about the social feeds made me remember, there is a Web2 trading social platform called Public. That's a mix of a feed and trading and why doesn't a version of that exist for crypto? I feel like it's a perfect place for it, right? A lot of crypto sort of like trading comes down to like, hey, knowing what other people are doing and sort of getting there before others.
I think Vector is doing something like that.
Yeah, right. Last question, we're about 30 seconds out. AI in crypto, NFTs, chain abstraction. One needs to go. Which one is overhyped and why?
Well, NFTs are definitely not overhyped at this point.
Yeah.
No, all need to stay. No one needs to go. AI is hyped. It will come down, but it's the most hottest thing we have right now. Let's explore what we can do with it.
Okay, I volunteer as tribute. The hope is that chain abstraction goes away.
Okay.
I think like once you have features do really well over a long enough time horizon, you don't actually remember them anymore.
Yeah.
No one thinks about like anything in the internet stack when you're sort of like using the internet. I think similarly when it comes to chain abstraction, if chain abstraction works pretty well within the next 2-3 years, you shouldn't be thinking about chain abstraction when you're interacting with crypto. I still think there's going to be room for AI because you're going to be thinking about whatever AI chatbot you're talking to. I think there's still going to be room for NFTs because you're going to like know there's this asset that sort of like is tied to your identity or whatever you're doing. But the hope is in 2-3 years from now, no one knows about or even cares about chain abstraction because it's done so well and getting integrated.
I love it.
I'd agree, and I think I'd also say chain abstraction. I think the end user should never have to think about the security implications. And AI is obviously going to stay around. It creates infinite information. In an area of infinite information, you need digital scarcity, which is NFTs. And so I think those two will be very important in the future.
Thank you for the sacrifice.
Thank you so much.
All right.
Coffee for drip and the lab coat on fire. Sticky note constellation stuck to the ceiling wire. Gas fees are confetti. Watch me rock on P Island. Get homemade in 7/4 time. Shaboom dose, efficiency pulse. The lag runs lagging in his latency so. Professor Wade's got the fuel. dancing where the bottlenecks been. Professor Way's got the future on spin. Plug in tomorrow with yesterday's ram stains. Velcro boots clicking through blockchain debris. Crypto notes flutter like drunk bumblebees. Optimize the board fins, they cackle and shout. Self-sustaining hubs flicker in the blackouts out. Professor Way's got the future on spin. Energy notes dancing where the bottleneck's been. Professor Way's got the future on spin. Plug in tomorrow with yesterday's ram stains. Chaos is not compeller. Order's just a bug I forgot to.
And I hope you're enjoying ETH Denver. My name is Jason Nelson. I'm a reporter with Decrypt. And joining me today is Stacy Spikes, founder of MoviePass, and we're going to talk about decentralized film. How are you doing?
I'm doing great, thanks. It's good to see you guys.
So to start off, just wanted to highlight that you are the author as well of the book Black Founder, about your experience in the industry. And I think that's probably a great place to start, is how has your time in the industry changed from when you first got started to now, and how has decentralized finance factored into that?
Wow, so technology keeps speeding up faster and faster and faster, and the changes just are light speed. It's almost like it used to be once a year there was something that happened. Then it was once every 6 months. And now it's inside of a week, if not days. It's like, if you guys didn't see where literally Microsoft launches a quantum chip and announces it, and 48 hours, Amazon mentions a quantum chip. The last time anybody talked about quantum was when China had built their quantum computer, which was a few years ago, and we've been talking about AI, and then it's like that. And news cycles are 24. Our social, like the panel before talking about the different social features, and it's crazy. My Telegram and my WhatsApp and everything is around the clock now. And the conversations are not just in America. I'm literally having global conversations. That's all what's really been such a big change, is the speed at which things move and change.
I was speaking with Roman Coppola earlier, and we were talking about, basically, because you have Web3, and then you have what's known as Film 3, which is the film industry version of it. And we were talking about how it's different than the traditional Hollywood structure because it's far less centralized. Anyone can finance a film now. But how, in your opinion, do you think DeFi film financing is different from traditional, say, Kickstarter or any platforms like that?
Yeah, so the term we've been playing around with, which is what we call DeFi, decentralized film finance. And what I think is going to happen is, I think you're still going to have distribution companies that need to push it out in the marketplace. But to date, you really didn't have the ability to have back-end participation on films. So now with smart contracts, you have that capability. So Kickstarter never really grew to the scale it could have, because how much money are you going to give if you're never going to see it back, right? Okay, maybe I'm going to pull out $1,000 because it's my niece or nephew. But other than that, you're not going to give too much money. And so the average film was raising below $25,000. Well, how many good films do you know are made off of $25,000? And you'd see a Spike Lee be able to pull, I think he pulled $300,000 or $400,000 down, and that's Spike doing it. So I think now you're going to see that open up a lot more than before.
Yeah, I think Spike Lee and maybe Robert Rodriguez are probably the only people who could put out a blockbuster for $25,000. But when you're looking at the different aspects of Web3, because it's not just crypto, there's NFTs, there's different types of blockchains. You know, you have Bitcoin, Ethereum, Solana. I mean, you walk out on that stage, you're going to see any 100 number crypto projects. So how do we direct all of this technology towards someone's project? Because what would you say is the best thing for a filmmaker to do, to say, here I am, look at me?
So I think there's Web3, and then I'm going to pull AI into the conversation. So I think I break it up into three pieces: financing it, making it, and then marketing it and go to market. And I think that Web3 has the beginning of it and the end of it. And then I'll come into the middle. The beginning is I can move digital money in ways that I can do trustless contracts so that everybody, because everyone's afraid of Hollywood because you're going to lose your money. So that is where I think the banking and moving finances around is very mature there. On the marketing side, whether it's NFTs or proof of attendance or rewards or badging or gamification related to, we were having a conversation earlier when Christopher Nolan did Batman. They took the very first trailer with Heath Ledger, and Heath had not been seen as a Joker yet. And I was in New York when this happened, and literally they gave coordinates. They didn't tell you it was at a theater or anything. They just drop shipped 2 coordinates, and they had a flash mob of 1,000 people who showed up, and they were the first ones in. They told them, go sit down. They didn't tell them what it was, and they were the first people who saw it. Now, if you wanted to reward those people later, you can do that with Web3 technologies. If you do it Web2, you're doing it through email, right? So the finance and the marketing, Web3 is kick-ass for that. The AI components in the middle of it, we're seeing how fast that's coming. I mean, that stuff's just crazy. That's bringing the cost down so fast. I mean, we run one of the largest film festivals in the U.S., and we're already seeing full films completed from voice to text. Text to video. It's nuts. So.
Well, do you think that Web3 could allow creators to just bypass the studio system altogether? Because we saw Gala Films put out Razor last year, and it was nominated for an Emmy.
Yeah.
So, and that was completely inside the Web3 space.
So, getting people's attention is really hard and costs a lot of money. Making a movie is one thing. Cutting through the noise, it's cute to do that every now and then, but you need you are negotiating for that screen space. And if you are I'm going to call you a producer. If you are a production company, as you move up, you either have to do that distribution yourself, and then you're a studio, or you need to go to a studio. So Disney, for example, Disney Studios is like a holding company or a bank, and then Buena Vista Distribution is the thing that actually puts it in theaters and then retrieves the money back. They're under the same umbrella, but they're 2 different entities. In time, the muscle to get you distribution is like, should I sign with XM Satellite Radio, or should I go to Spotify? Because you're going to get that climb up. It's no different than which exchange to be listed on. Should I be layer 1? Should I be layer 2? Should I be Solana? Should I be whatever? Those are studios. So I think that never really goes away, some version of that. You just need muscle in the market.
Well, let's talk a little bit about how Web3 can benefit small creators. Because one of the things that we're still dealing with is representation in Hollywood. And I'm not talking about on the screen, I'm talking about behind the camera. Yeah. People who are actually making these movies. Does Web3 open the door for more people of color, more women, more minority groups to get involved in the film industry?
So historically, and having been in the movie industry long enough, genre films outperform marketplace. So if you pick a swim lane, you have a group that really will go because it's community to them. So if you pick horror, if you pick comedies, and if you pick black or brown comedies, they disproportionately, pound for pound, sorry, my eyeglasses are ringing. I'm like, wait, what's going on?
All right, Meta, we're not talking about you.
Yeah. All of a sudden I hear my phone ringing in my eyeglasses and I'm like, wait, why is it? So if you remember New Line Cinema and you remember when Miramax created Dimension and Warner Brothers, well, those films had lower budgets, but they always punch way above their weight class. They're
From Dusk Till Dawn.
yeah, From Dusk Till Dawn, all of the the hood comedies, everything. So if you want to win, you will go there faster if you go with the community, okay? And black and brown communities or genre disproportionately is a great place to go. With Web3, my feeling is that now people who are hesitant to put money in are going to be more likely to put it in because they're going to get that money back. And I think you can see more funding happen from the community level versus you still got to go to the studio to get it done. That is where I think it'll take off and have a lot of big advantages.
Do you think you're going to see more people get involved with Web3 now that, especially in the United States, we have what appears to be a more friendly regulatory environment? Do you think that's going to make a difference?
Well, I'm going to answer it from a business perspective. The panel before was talking about so much of it is just too hard. That has to change. That has to drop. We received an investment and we did a major deal on the SWE blockchain. And SWE prides itself on using social login. So I can now log in to SWE like I can to my Gmail. Why is that taking so long to get to that point? It's like there's so much pride in wanting to be different that Web3 prides itself on making things difficult when it really needs to get that barrier down fast. Then I think it should be ubiquitous. Whether I drive to Walmart or I buy from Amazon, which is going to get it to me faster and cost me the least amount of money. So it took 20 years, but Amazon just surpassed Walmart in sales. So Web3 has to be cheaper, better, faster. That's it. That's all there is to it.
Let's go a little bit back into your history with MoviePass, because that was one of the first subscription models for movies.
It was the first. The first.
The first. But
in the US.
Do you think that we could see something similar with NFTs and crypto in that type of structure?
For a subscription?
For a subscription. So like, say I wanted to go to LUKSO. Can I show them my NFT and they say, okay, come on in, something like that?
I mean, I think it's whether it's a QR code or a badge or an NFT, as long as it's easy. Remember, that ticket taker needs to take their phone, scan it, and their phone's going to chirp, and that's all they care about. So keep it simple, make it fast and easy, then yes, that will absolutely work. If it's more complex and the ticket taker can't figure out how to log into their wallet to go check your NFT, it's never going to fly.
What do you think is the most transformative thing coming to not only the entertainment industry, but to decentralized finance for film? What do you see in the future?
I mean, my thing is, I really think, I'm going to use music for a moment. Imagine friends of Jay-Z in Brooklyn were able to put in money on chain on his first album. And imagine Jay-Z in his smart contract said, every time I'm raising money for my next album, I let the people who were in last time, I let them in first. And I cap how much money I'll take from the community. He'll never have to raise money anywhere ever again. That is what's about to happen. I think that's going to happen for film. I think it's going to happen for music. And I think that what's beautiful about that is the money is going to come back to the community it goes from, rather than being extracted from the community and it never goes back. I went and spoke, Peter Jackson, Lord of the Rings, Peter Jackson had a New Zealand film festival, and they had me as their opening keynote. And they didn't know what I was going to talk about. They were just like, talk about whatever you want. And I started talking about Web3 and film financing. And I said, imagine if Peter Jackson had let everyone in Lord of the Rings in New Zealand finance it. They'd all be rich. New Zealand does $250 million in tourism just from people who want to go see where Lord of the Rings was shot. $200 million a year in New Zealand. That's not the movies, that's not streaming, that's not any of that. Now imagine that little island if the money was there. No, that money went to Warner Brothers. It didn't, it went to Burbank. And so that's where you can take talent and the funds get extracted. And so what I believe the most powerful thing with AI coming to wipe out a lot of jobs is where you're going to want to put your money is in entertainment at blockchain level, ground level, is my opinion. That's going to change the entertainment industry like never before.
And it's interesting that you mentioned AI, because I've covered the SAG-AFTRA and WGA strikes in 2023, but you're seeing AI coming into the Web3 space just like never before. I mean, everyone has an AI agent now. Yeah. Do you see that as being something that creators, filmmakers could take advantage of as well?
Yeah, I don't know how you, so everybody probably knows this, the Prince story, but if you don't, I'm going to tell it real quick. Prince Rogers Nelson, AKA Prince, or the artist formerly known as, he was a teenager, and Prince went, so they had heard about him at Warner Brothers, and the agent, there was a demo, and they asked him, who were the bandmates on your album? He said, it was all me. And he said, what are you talking about? He brought the agent to his house, to his bedroom, where he showed him a Tascam drum machine, a 4-track recorder, a Korg M1, his guitar, and he showed him how he did each of the instruments. He produced his entire first album from his bedroom and got a record deal and signed. That's what AI is about to do to the movie industry. And so it doesn't matter how you make it. It matters, can you tell a story that gives people goosebumps, that they'll want to watch. So what digital music did for recording, you can now make an album on your iPhone, right? Kids are doing it now. That is going to happen to filmmaking.
Awesome. Well, Stacey, thank you so much for taking the time to chat with us. Everyone, thank you for coming, and hope you enjoy ETH Denver.
Thanks, guys.
Coffee for drip and the lab coat on fire. Sticky note constellation stuck to the ceiling wire. Gas fees are confetti. They rock on PI. Get homemade in 7 for time. Shaboom, dose, efficiency pulse. The lag runs lagging and his latency so. Professor Way's got the future on spin, whoa. Urging notes dancing where the bottlenecks been. Professor Way's got the future on spin, whoa. Plugging tomorrow with yesterday's RAM stains. Velcro boots clicking through blockchain debris. Crypto notes flutter like drunk bumblebees. Optimize the board fins, they cackle and shout. Self-sustaining hubs flicker in the blackouts out. Professor Way's got the future on spin, whoa. Urging notes dancing where the bottlenecks been. Professor Way's got the future on spin, whoa. Plugging tomorrow with yesterday's RAM stains. Chaos is not compeller. Order's just a bug I forgot to unfurl. Mainnet shivers as their wild hair glows. Rumored AI, nah, just 3 Red Bulls in a row. What you building, prof? A singularity jukebox. How you stay charged? Espresso straight through my cortex. Who's your nemesis? Light runs dial up found. Old as speak, young as each block mine down. Professor Way's got the future on spin, whoa. Urging notes dancing where the bottlenecks been. Professor Way's got the future on spin, whoa. Plugging tomorrow with yesterday's RAM stains. Running mad's just a beta test for Boodle. Oh, Pete Jobs,
Rekka, Tomer, Abigail, and Robbie. And if you all want to give a little brief intro about yourselves.
Do we have one more mic? GM. GM. Hello, hello. There we go. What's up, everyone? Bright-eyed, bushy-tailed, 2 days into ETH Denver, highly caffeinated. Hope everyone's having a great time. We're going to keep this one fun. We've got a lot of marketing gurus on the stage today. One cool thing about this panel is that it should be applicable across all facets of Web3 because we're human, we're storytellers. So we'll kick it off. Rekka, why don't you say a little bit about yourself, and then we'll kind of go down the line and we'll get into it.
Hi, everybody. I'm Rekka.eth. I'm the head of comms at RedZero. We're launching Boundless, and I've been in crypto since a few years, founded Guild XYZ, and now I'm officially a marketer after being a founder.
Hi, everyone. I'm Tomer, the CEO and co-founder of Addressable. Addressable, the Web3 targeted marketing platform. We use data for everything.
Hello everyone, I'm Maria. I am working for Hype, the super agency, the best marketing agency in the space. But before I have been involved as a marketer a lot of years in DeFi, so I've been a DeFi marketer.
Hi everyone, I'm Abigail. I work directly with founders and go-to-market teams in crypto just independently. I've been in the space since 2021. I started at Cello, then moved over to Consensus Mesh, and then led marketing at Decrypt. So kind of have done a lot in the VC and media space in crypto.
Awesome. Thanks, everyone. So the name of this panel is Cutting Through the Noise. I'm going to be talking about marketing. Before we really get to the core fundamentals here, let's start with the noise. So I'd like everyone to tell us what the most cringe thing you've seen in Web3 is from a marketing perspective. What is the most if I'm a marketing person and I'm trying to tell a story, I don't want to be doing it this way. Tell us what not to do first.
I think the Binance perfume, if you remember that one, that was so far off and like the story. What it did though is it did get us talking, which is fun.
That is true of the cringiest things. Sometimes bad press is still good press.
So I saw the Floki campaign everywhere. Floki is a token. It was all over a few countries. Super weird. It's just a meme coin that was advertised with tens of millions of dollars all over Western Europe.
It's me already. I was thinking about it, but I think that when 1 inch painted the streets, I don't remember where, maybe here in Denver, and they got like a super huge fine. That's very cringe. Yeah.
Crypto bro parties in Miami where people are partying and they're having the time of their lives and it's great, but sometimes when you're a marketer, you're like, maybe we think twice before we do this and post it.
Those Bitcoin conferences in Miami were something
Yes.
different. Okay, cool. I was gonna bring two up. You guys remember Katy Perry's fingernails that got painted? That was just organic. She just did that out of her own free will.
What was that?
Yeah,
It was like height of bull market 2021. She painted each of her fingernails a different cryptocurrency.
I didn't.
She had like XRP on her fingernails. Does no one else? Does no one remember that?
You should be on
It
the
was
panel,
not so
Rob.
viral.
Okay.
No one like.
I made it up. The other one is outside. I'm sure everyone has seen this one. The Dogecoin wrapped Cybertruck out front.
Yeah.
Yeah. Are we
I
fans?
saw it.
Do we think this is a good? No. Why?
I think it's too purposefully out there in a way that isn't going to actually like translate into gaining customers. Like it'll get you attention, but like what is the long-term play?
Okay. I think that's a nice segue. We'll pick up on that thread. But yeah, please.
I think the opposite. Like we talk about it right now.
Yeah.
You know, everybody's listening, so maybe it's a good move to have a Dogecoin Cybertruck.
Yeah, I mean, it's the first part of the funnel, right? Like, you need to grab attention in a way, and this is a way, like, yeah.
Totally. No,
yeah,
I mean,
then I agree with you, what's next? But at least you grab attention. So I think it's...
A lot of times that's the first step is people call this an attention economy. And in very many ways, all of the companies here are competing in one way, shape, or form for attention. But I want to double click, Abigail, like how do we translate general attention, whether it's good, bad, or ugly? How do we translate from attention to customers, conversions, users, whatever it is that KPI that you're trying to optimize for? Attention is the input. How do we get the desired output?
yeah, I think that's a great question. I think the middle part is community and doing community really well. So I totally agree. Like if you're not on anyone's radar, like you're not going anywhere at all, right? But like if you can't then manage to make them feel special and like do specific activations that like they feel like they can be a part of, and there's specific things that you're inviting them to, then you're not really going anywhere. So I feel like a lot of people here would probably have a lot to say on the value of community as well, but that would be the missing piece, I would say.
I would add, I agree, but I think that this should be also like an education from the community. Like it's not just community, but you need to really like educate the clients, educate about how to onboard them, about that crypto is not just connected to illegal and trading, just this, but it's something more. So I think the community activations should also imply some educational piece.
I completely agree, and I didn't introduce myself for the roll-up, but we are an education company trying to teach the entire industry so that everyone is better off. And we have this collective wisdom about the space. Everyone is able to learn from one another, learn from each other's mistakes and successes. When we talk about community and using that as a mechanism to transform attention into dollars, revenue, customers, everything that makes a business, Rick, I wanted to ask you, I think you're a little bit special on this panel because you work for a company in particular, and then we have kind of some broad coverage as well. So when it comes to building community for Risk Zero and Boundless, what are some of the strategies that you have employed that you've seen work, and maybe ones that haven't worked? Generally, how do you think about building community?
So I think maybe in this sense. So I've been a founder of Guild XYZ before, so I worked with majority of the projects in the space to build their community too. And I think a general concept that I would like to give as advice or as a to-do list is they know if you don't care. So making community happen, hiring a person to just like make it happen will not work. If the core team is not aligned with it, I think community is an extension of the project and the team as it is, and you actually have to show up. It's not something you can delegate completely. The culture will proliferate, and it really, really shows. And when we say good examples in the space right now that are doing community really well, it is because if you actually go into their Discord, for example, Mega ETH, we always praise them for how religiously their community is supporting them. See their NFT raise where they raised 5,000 ETH in 2 days. It's because the core team's currently every single day in the Discord chatting with the, obviously not answering every single question, but they're present, they're there. And even the events you're hosting or everything else, I'm sure you all when you're working with your companies, they have to feel authentic, and otherwise it's just not gonna work.
Is there a North Star that you have when you think about turning attention into a particular thing? What is it that you guys are optimizing for? And then I want to get to basically some strategies that are consistent across projects so that everyone is able to take something away and use it in their own project.
I think it depends on stage.
Mm-hmm.
We're currently at the stage where awareness is still a thing. Obviously, Risk Zero is a fairly well-known company. We've been building since 2021. It's very well known, but Boundless as a project coming out of that ecosystem and building on top of that technology is fairly new. So it's still at the stage where I both have to figure out how to left curve and right curve the marketing and the attention, which means to build community both in a super ZK aligned, very technical, serious way, but also be silly and preferable and understandable to retail. And I think that's a general truth, is you have to pay attention of every segment that you might engage in, who might enjoy your project and your thesis and your values and the change you're bringing to this industry. And optimize for all of them at once, but have cyclicality also, especially if you're limited in resources, because that will help tremendously with building more mindful community there.
Yeah, and a very successful NFT campaign as well that helped to illustrate the community values. Now, I think the rest of us are in a unique position that we have broad coverage over the space. Not working for one particular project or one particular sector allows us to draw comparisons and draw connections amongst all these different groups. And so I'm curious, what are some of those strategies that you have seen consistently successful in multiple sectors across our industry? Is it an NFT campaign? Is it, what are some of these strategies that everyone can take away and try in their own project?
The nice part about communities, you understand your super fans, and that's the basic, group of people that will use your product, and you can actually live amongst them, be their friend, find out what they really need and what they really want, and then you want to grow outside of community boundaries, and this is where I think the strategies start to become more robust. Because for the first thing, you need to be original, you need to be putting something new on the table. Once you got the first group of superfans to believe in you, then you want to grow 10x and 100x. And you have to capture this essence and start to convey this uniqueness to a much broader audience and build the trust with non-superfans. And the strategies to do that are starting to correlate with any product that has reached some maturity and ripeness. And these strategies include getting people to know you through big events, campaigns, PRs, and a lot of familiarity, close touch, letting people try, letting people have it, letting people have something for free. So a lot of those broader audience strategies are correlating with the Web 2 products that we all know that need to get to 100x people after you cracked the use case for your product. And The second thing that is super critical for all those, 100x growth beyond community boundaries are measuring everything. Because you try a lot of things. You try in every country different things. You try a personalized message to every group of people. You try different types of advertisements. You try different types of events and try different types of real life interactions. And measuring all of those lets you understand what works. And once there's some maturity for a product, you want to make revenue. When you want to make revenue, you have to actually, for every marketer, you have to know how much money you put in, how much money you get out. And all the middle of the funnel, you have to actually measure every stage in a very, very crystallized way to know what brings people from, awareness about your brand to consideration, and what brings people to actually try it, what brings people to open their wallet and pay. And these stages are super critical in any company, in any brand, not connected to Web3 at all. And I think the maturity of the campaigning is also the maturity of Web3, because when we talk about Web3 marketing, we talk about how to create this community to actually believe in you, and we barely talk about how to break outside of the community boundaries of those 10,000 people and get to 1 million within 2 years, right? So this is where the marketers, and we see marketers coming into the industry today from all other industries, well-trained marketers that know how to do that, and they bring the classic tactics, because it becomes a product that sells for money, for real use case, and not some hype around new alpha and new token, and let's all build this together. It's not crowdfunding anymore once the community has gained from the initial funding, like you just said before. And now it's about just using a product.
Yeah, I will add on top of it, because sometimes our clients type, they ask us for playbooks, no? Your question is good, but I don't think there are strategies that can really be copy-pasted for everyone. What I think that can be used a bit for everyone are more principles, no? So, for example, you need to be very transparent, clear, and keep it easy, and understand who you are talking to and why should they care. That's it. This is a rule that can be applied to everyone, and the community, as we are discussing, is always and still in crypto, I think, the main weapon to succeed, because we saw also recently, for example, with Bera Chain, or community is still the main channel to grow and onboard as well from outside, but how do you build this community? By being really clear, transparent, and one single message, why should you care about my project, and why should you use us? That's it. What I saw very, very much in DeFi is that a lot of projects try to push to the market a lot of different features. We are so good. We implemented this super good strategy with this super good smart contract, and they try to push a lot of different features to the users, and the span of attention is too broad. They don't know what to care about. Just choose one and go for it. That's it. That's my take. And for the rest, unfortunately, the tactics are different from project to project.
Yeah, I agree. I think that in some ways it's kind of like a unicorn question that you're asking, because community is so different for every product out there, for every protocol, and so it's hard to kind of nail down the perfect formula. That said, I would say most community efforts boil down to doing things that cannot scale in tandem with things that can scale. So what I mean by that is the things that can scale, for instance, are automating your messaging, right? So like you have all these different channels that you're communicating with your community in. Maybe you're automating some of like when the messaging is going out, like at what time it's going out, all that kind of stuff, or you're running like a campaign. And then the things that can't scale are like inviting people to just hang out, like whether that's IRL or doing it digitally. So I just started doing a little bit of work with Polkadot recently, which is very new for me because I've done a lot like in the Ethereum ecosystem. And there's a DAO there called Chaos DAO that does a little bit of this. So they've automated a system where they vote on every single proposal that comes through like the DAO. So either people are like voting on it live, or it defaults to like whatever people's leanings are. And then they also have this thing where they just kind of come hang. And I was talking to someone the other day who was like, once it went on for 24 hours because people were just coming in and out. And I was like, that's insane. I would never spend like more than probably 1 hour in a Discord hang. But point being, like just creating those spaces, I think for people to come together is so important. So some sort of mixture, I think, of like just giving people a voice. Like I love what you said about listening to people, like giving them time and space and just like the opportunity to exist in the space.
What I'm hearing is start with why and care.
Yeah, I'm hearing that as well. And why is different case by case on all these projects. And then it's almost about working backwards and putting yourself in the position of like a super fan. I think someone mentioned like building that community of super fans. And then if you find that core community, that is the most fundamental, like the soul of your community. Working backwards from that is cutting through the noise. And then you really start to, it's infectious. It's infectious, that energy that resonates outward from that core super fan. And so kind of thinking through some of these strategies, they're case by case, we kind of have this broad notion of attention. Ultimately, we're trying to make conversions. We're trying to cut through and include more people into some of these ideas. A lot of times, we call this an attention economy or an idea economy. Like, what does it mean to have the most like infectious idea? Like, when you're thinking about, the core tenets of your community, how do you make sure and choose those tenets so that they do scale, right? The process of those is obviously kind of doing things that don't scale so that you can find those. But once you do find that true value, how do you broadcast that message to the masses so that you ultimately find people and include them that also resonate with that same philosophy?
I think that we all have to realize where our users spend their time. Their time is spent differently this year than last year and differently than the year before. We see people spend their time on social networks, following specific people. So this is why KOLs are growing bigger and bigger in the timeshare that people are listening to. We see people spending more time asking LLMs questions instead of asking Google. So we want to be present as a brand in the answers of those LLMs. And we want to be present in the places where people pay attention to discover new things. So social networks, but personalized and humanized interfaces of social networks and LLMs. There's one hack that we see all the time, how to bring the SEO to the LLM world, how to make the attention of the people be present in how to make your brand shine when you ask ChatGPT what is the best investment app. So you really want to do SEO in those specific interfaces that have never been worked before. So you want to make them train on your data. So you have to push data for training that talks about your brand and talks about your specific product. And I think that in today's world, it's very important to get people's attentions through where they ask their questions, spend their time. I'll give you one tip and life hack. We push a lot of data to Reddit because ChatGPT trains on Reddit. And this is the way we do SEO. When you push a lot of data to Reddit, even Reddit ads are indexed. You make people see your brand when they ask ChatGPT. That's the ultimate SEO for ChatGPT, is to get your data, a lot of content about your brand into the places where LLMs are training on. And Reddit is one place. There are some other sources I can share later. And definitely, it's very, very surprising to see what's happening this year and what's happening next year with the attention of people in the online sphere.
I'd like to maybe refine the question a little bit and ask like a little bit more of a specific question about retaining attention. Going broad, getting attention, that's one thing, but this is a very mercenary industry. People are around, they're farming points, they're farming tokens. Once the token drops, you get your airdrop, you go off to the next community. What are the tactics to retain this attention so that you don't just have a user come in and then leave?
In my opinion, the key is to make users feel part of something, no? So incentivizing them in a way that it's not, maybe not monetary, okay, but maybe like make them feel heard. So we see that 70% of our, users go click there if you want to use that. It means that this piece of my thing is the better. Let's like develop more on this side. So you get like feedback from users directly and indirectly, and you make them feel part of something, which is whether it's like the community itself or like the product direction, product strategy. I'm developing for you guys. Like this is something that it's not easy to pass to the users, but this is what it's.
Yeah. So how do you do that in an industry dominated by people just trying to make money?
That's such a great question. Yeah, I mean, I think it's hard because in crypto, like so much of attention is tied to financial incentives, right? That's entirely pretty much what it is. And so to me, this is where marketing has to work really closely with product. And like you can work closely on designing mechanisms that do like token lockups, or like vesting over a certain amount of time. Like there are ways where you can actually ensure that the attention is distributed over time, because like the promise of that financial return is actually spread out over a certain amount of time. So like I think that's a very real contender that like any marketer in this industry has to kind of deal with. And then I think another aspect to it is like just making sure that you're consistently putting out content around what you're doing, right? And that's like everything comes down to that at the end of the day. Is like, are you being loud? Are you repeating your message and stuff? But I think if you're not doing those two things in tandem, you'll have a really, really hard time like keeping attention once you've had it.
I think I just have a quick take. I mostly agree with both of you, or all three of you. On culture, I guess, and making feel like people belong to something bigger. Just figure out something that relates to your company and your own culture that you already have internally and relates to your product. And it's something that people can incorporate in their lives that's relatable, that's makes them feel something, and makes them feel something that you want to feel every day when you think about your product and your project. And that will give an avenue to all of these other solutions as well. That's a good place to start, and it fosters that like culture that you actually want to proliferate over the years.
Awesome. Attention, inclusion, and culture. Cool. Thank you, everyone. Thanks.
Thank you.
Lace cracked balls like, who's got the keys? Nullifiers huffing, you're just a rat with As firewalls splinter to confetti bits, I'm curating leaks at the after party, sipping tearless tears. Call me well connected, I call it coffee for drip, and the lab coat on fire. Sticky note constellation stuck to the ceiling wire. Gas fees are confetti. They rock on P Island. Get homemade in 7/4 time. Shaboom, dose, efficiency pulse. The lag runs lagging in his latency so. Professor Wade's got the future on spin, boy. Urging notes dancing where the bottleneck's been. Professor Wade's got the future on spin, boy. Plugging tomorrow with yesterday's ram stains. Velcro boots clicking through blockchain debris. Crypto notes flutter like drunk bumblebees. Optimize the board fins, they cackle and shout. Self-sustaining hubs flicker in the blackouts out. Professor Wade's got the future on spin, boy. Urging notes dancing where the bottleneck's been. Professor Wade's got the future on spin, boy. Plugging tomorrow with yesterday's ram stains. Chaos is not compeller, or it's just a bug I forgot to unfurl. Mainnet shivers as their wild hair glows. Rumored AI, nah, just 3 Red Bulls in a row. What you building, prop? A singularity jukebox. How you stay charged? Espresso stream through my cortex. Who's your nemesis? Light runs dial-up found. Age, old as speak, young as each block, mine down. Professor Wade's got the future on spin, boy. Urging notes dancing where the bottleneck's been. Professor Wade's got the future on spin, boy. Plugging tomorrow with yesterday's ram stains. Throwing me mad, but mad's just a beta test for Boodle. Oh, Pete Jobs,
floating, fees are burning. ZK proofs the chains keep turning. Every block we validate is trustless, clean and fair. Open source and gas optimized, code permissionless and finalized. Fork marmots on the scene, you know we're gonna bid a little it there. Some trend bro just rolled his eyes. Where's the yield? Where's my supply? But we don't need your banker games. We just launch and stake on chain. Go, we pay, let the city on sports and chain.
in chains. She's a Colorado comet in code forged steel, wings snipping latency like scissors through gel. 9 centuries young with a lance that's if your chain's choking ether Nyquist. Found her at a bullet hook sucking down APIs, armor clinking with layer 2 lullabies. Scalability scripture, she winks at the moon while Lagrange drools over slow motion doom. LUKSO, her shield's a disco wall, fracturing legs, grass, shooby-doo-bop crack. That lance a lightning fork, splitting bottlenecks backs. Alliance architect with a bufficorn's grit, teaching stale protocols how to fucking commit. Decentralize this, she smirks mid-flight as her wings tickle nodes into doing things right. Alliance architect with a bufficorn's grit, teaching stale protocols how to fucking commit. Decentralize this, she smirks mid-flight as her wings tickle nodes into doing things right. Up to do with for do with for do with for do do. You ordered a moonwalk across gas feed graves. My mainnet's smoother than your mom's VPN saves. Daughter of the Rockies, high-speed high priestess, scales of justice ballast on a Memphis Express. Next bottleneck, I see mountain crush it. Click, clack, bosom, lace on firewall. Eyes scooped and truce from trash sheets. That's my device. Nullifier sniffing on my clothes too crisp. Mainnet gossips, tastier than breakfast chips. Story, hack, flurry. Mama's making news before the cold reload. Got receipts in my cheeks, encrypted and plumbed. You private DMs, I'm the dumpster dive chump. Eyes everywhere, that's 3 burner phones. Haunteries whisper, king chomp and blockchain bones. Make it down to my voted fuck. Stealth crawl through your junk dead scene. Headed up to the entropy. Mace cracked vaults like who's got the keys? Nullifier's huffing, you're just a rat with These firewall splinter to confetti bits. I'm curating leaps at the after party, sipping TLS tears. Call me well connected, I call it guitar slide. Guitar slide. Coffee for drip and the lab coat on fire. Sticky note constellation stuck to the ceiling wire. Gas fees are confetti. They rock on PI. Get homemade in 7/4 time. Shaboom, dose, efficiency pulse. The lag runs late. is latency sum. Professor Wade's got the future on spinball. Energy nodes dancing where the bottlenecks been. Professor Wade's got the future on spinball. Plug in tomorrow with yesterday's RAM stains. Velcro boots clicking through blockchain debris. Crypto notes flutter like drunk bumblebees. Optimize the board fins, they cackle and shout. Self-sustaining hubs flicker in the blackouts out. Professor Wade's got the future on spinball. Energy nodes dancing where the bottleneck's been. Professor Wade's got the future on spinball. Plug in tomorrow with yesterday's RAM stains. Chaos is not compeller, or it's just a bug I forgot to unfurl. Mainnet shivers as their wild hair glows. Rumored AI, nah, just 3 Red Bulls in a row. What you building, prop? A singularity jukebox. How you stay charged? Espresso straight through my cortex. Who's your nemesis? Light runs dial up found. Age, old as speak, young as each block mine down. Professor Wade's got the future on spinball. Energy nodes dancing where the bottleneck's been. Professor Wade's got the future on spinball. Plug in tomorrow with yesterday's RAM stains. Calling me mad, but mad's just a beta test. A bullet or all detox right.
Just dreamers, on-chain truth, no middle schemers. Forking hard and shipping code till sunrise every day. DAOs are voting, vibes are flowing. Buff-eyed corns are still a-growing. While the world is breaking down, we're regen in a new way. Some VC said this tech won't last. And the hurt bubble, watch it crash. But we don't need your central banks. Cause regen biddlers stacking stacks. For we pity let this city on sports and chains. We pity let this city with regen brains. We pity let this city on sports and chains. No rug pulls, just pure on chain. Whale pools floating, fees are burning. ZK proofs the chains keep turning. Every block we validate is trustless, clean and fair. Open source and gas optimized, code permissionless and finalized. Fork marmots on the scene, you know we're gonna bid a little it there. Some TradFi bro just rolled his eyes. Where's the yield? Where's my supply? But we don't need your banker games.
My name is Chirag Dhil. I'm from Chainlink Labs. And today we'll be talking about is LLM aggregation a myth or a reality? Or in simpler terms, how much of AI can be decentralized? What are the use cases and its pros and cons? So first, before we're jumping in, let's do some quick intros. So I was saying, I'm Chirag Dhil. I've been with Chainlink Labs for 4 years. Before that, I was at AWS and Microsoft working on multiple machine learning and IoT products. Chi?
Hello, everyone. I'm Chi. I'm the CEO and co-founder of Kai AI, and Kai AI is building the purpose-built layer 1 blockchain for AI. And my background comes from more the AI and data space. So I did my PhD from UC Berkeley, focused on machine learning and causal, and then started my career as a founding member at an automated machine learning company, and then joined Databricks to lead the product management for their data engineering solutions, and now Kite.
Hey everyone, I'm Nolan. I lead Web3 product at Google Cloud. I've been with Google for about 8 years and joined the Web3 team about 3 years ago. So we're building developer infrastructure, data and services for Web3 builders. So node infrastructure, indexed data into BigQuery. We have a great faucet. A lot of you probably have used that. And we're just trying to build all of the things that developers need, and also working closely with protocols that need developer infrastructure. I've been involved in crypto since 2013, and I'm based in the Bay Area.
Awesome. Great to have you both. So the stakes for AI are really high as more and more of our lives the key decisions are being made by AI agents, LLMs on a day-to-day basis. And we understand that particularly many of these LLMs are centralized with the data, the access, the control. The key question would be, what parts of AI could be decentralized? What are the pros and cons of a decentralized AI? What part of the stack can you decentralize? We know about decentralized infrastructure, but beyond that, what else could be decentralized? So Chi, I'd love to start with you first to share your thoughts about pros of decentralization for AI.
Sure. Actually, it's fun that right now I'm building decentralized AI while I come from the centralized AI world, because I have been building the Web2 and data, especially infrastructure products for about 6-7 years before Kite. But what makes me feel super excited about decentralized AI is, first of all, what does that mean? I felt like that's more, when it comes to decentralized AI, it's talk about the trust, the transparency, and the ownership. Because to me, I think centralized AI is a lot of times great in terms of efficiency, but when there's no transparency in the process, and also there's no ownership. What does that mean is when centralized organizations or companies like OpenAI and a bunch of others are using the data from internet or using the other, stuff into the foundation model building process, you don't know what's happened, and nobody really gets anything from the process, even if you are the creator of the data. So that's, to me, is where I felt super excited about decentralized AI, to bring the ownership and transparency back to people. But again, it's not, when it comes to the idealistic decentralized AI, a lot of people talk about running everything on a fully decentralized environment, such as running the model on blockchain, or even like train model on chain, such as the thing. So to us, we are trying to strike the balance. But the key focus, for example, for Kite, is really trying to focus on the proof of attributed intelligence and bring the ownership and monetization back to the broader community for AI.
Yeah, I think you have to kind of break the discussion up into two parts, right? There's the decentralized like training and then decentralized inference. So on the training side, I think it does make a lot of sense, because you can, as you said, like attribute properly and incentivize the right people and compensate them fairly for their data. On the inference side, I think it's a much different story. I think centralization is more pragmatic today, because if you talk to enterprises, they're hesitant to even use like the big commercial models because they don't know what's happening with their prompts, their corporate data, et cetera. You see a lot of enterprises even running like open source locally because they don't want any data to go out. So like decentralization is like the other extreme where it's like, who knows where your prompts are going, right? On the inference side. So I think it's going to be a while before like enterprises are comfortable doing that. At least that's my perspective on it.
Talking a little bit about AI agents now. Truth Terminal was launched as a way to provide fact-checking in a very decentralized manner to all the false information that's spreading on social media these days. However, it kind of took a wrong turn where it started investing in meme coins. So where do you see agents play a role from a decentralization perspective? Are you all scared about AI agents being decentralized, or what are the applications or use cases would you say are probably the right ones or not the right ones for AI agents in this space?
Yeah, so at Google we're thinking a lot about how we can give LLMs access to on-chain data, so you can use LLMs to query the blockchain and understand what's happening on it. But I think like Truth Terminal is like a pretty interesting example, right? I think most people are not going to feel comfortable giving an agent a lot of money. Like maybe a billionaire can give an agent $50,000 without thinking about it, letting it gamble for him. But like, I think the average consumer is not ready for that kind of world yet. I think people are just understanding what agents are. I think they're going to go through this journey where like, okay, you have an agent that does some work for you, you get comfortable with it, you understand how it works, you understand like how you're in the loop, and like you have control over what's happening. And then you'll start like giving it, okay, here's $100 to buy something or $50 to make a reservation or something. But I think it's going to be a while before you like connect it to your bank account or give it like tens of thousands of dollars from a mainstream adoption point of view.
Yeah, for us, our perspective is always about whenever it's come to AI, like AI agent, is that more for AI agent for Web3 or like a Web3 / blockchain for AI? So when it comes to the AI for Web3, that's in some ways no-brainer because like Nani mentioned, you guys are trying to give Gemini access to the on-chain data so that they can help the crypto people or like the Web3 industry to make something easier. And as we all know that how at the moment, early stage, the crypto user experience that will be very helpful for us. So that in that way, I think that's very good. For example, we saw a lot of the partners that we work with are using AI agent to write code, right? Like the AI coder, but more dedicated to crypto. So they help them to write a smart contract and then do some simple, like portfolio management and everything. Of course, when it comes to very high stake management money, then that's a big trouble or early stage as well. And then when it comes to the blockchain for AI agent, the best thing we consider that's going to happen with agent and blockchain is actually blockchain offer a great payment rail underlying for the agent-to-agent payment. Because at this moment, as we know, like it's very hard for agent to get like a KYB or like a like a know your agent type of thing to get access to a credit card or so. So how do you pay an agent and all this stuff, where the account goes to. So in that case, crypto, for example, the programmable wallet offer a great way for you to even like use a one-time wallet for every payment in the process with even real time and a low cost manner.
Yeah, I mean, I do agree, like once people do start giving agents access to their money or like allocating some amount of money to an agent, the agent-to-agent payments are going to happen on crypto rails. I think it just like makes a lot of sense for that to happen. And you'll also have the transparency and the communication between these agents. So I think we're far away from actually seeing that come alive.
That's true. A lot of other things to fix first.
I don't know about if people are ready to give money to AI agents or not. I was speaking with somebody in the morning today, and he told me somebody built an agent on their platform, and that agent was already 200% up in this volatile market. So I don't know. I would love to see a show of hands. How many of you would be comfortable giving $5,000 to your AI agent to trade on your behalf? Wow. There you go. There you go. Yeah, 4 hands of like 20 people. It's not bad. It's like 25% people already. So probably in a year, that'll be like 50%.
I mean, this is a crypto audience, right? So like, I think the risk profile is very different here than like a common mainstream audience. But it's exciting to see that people would be willing to do that.
That's the beauty of, by the way, crypto industry. People are usually more willing to be adopt of a future technology. So.
So tell me a little about proof of AI. Does that solve for that? Like, would it make a person like me more comfortable using an AI agent with proof of AI?
Yes and no. Yes means like we track the attribution. So the every agent, for example, like the contribution or like their parents' agent / models inference will be cryptographically verified and recorded on chain. So that means you can always go back to see what exactly happened in this process, who transferred what money, like if the agent is giving you a verifiable or verified AI output. So in that way, that's definitely bring more trust, but we're not solving the financial side of the concern. Like what if you give your private key to the agent and that the agent somehow liquidate or being fooled by other people, by other developers with a hack? Then that is something I think require advancement of other technologies as well. Yeah.
And I think beyond just the trading bots side of things, the other valuable use cases that you mentioned were, one was obviously on the coding side, Solidity. So I'm sure that's going to come up more and more. Then the others could be security audits, etc.
Yeah.
And making the whole space more and more secure. And AI governance is also, I'm hearing, using agents for DAO governance, etc.
Yeah, since you're talking about governance and security, I would love to ask you a question. What do you feel like the role of Oracle in the in the AI space, especially whether the existing LLM data and other stuff can be utilized in the decentralized world?
Yeah, so on the Oracle side, the way we look at oracles is an intersection between Web 2 and Web 3, where oracles traditionally have been great at providing a lot of data for consumption on the Web 3 side from different types of smart contracts, dApps, etc. And then more and more financial institutions are now working with Chainlink on building on-chain financial applications. So recently we did a research involving Swift and Euroclear, where we looked at solving the problem of unstructured data. So as you realize that there are terabytes and terabytes of unstructured data in the world, and how could now you use LLMs to help these financial institutions make that data unstructured and then also bring it on-chain for any on-chain execution. So we started looking at that, and then we realized that because some of these unstructured data is like corporate actions, which are like hundreds of pages of PDFs, and some of this data can be very niche. Now, because of the data could be niche, there is a higher chance that the LLM could hallucinate. Now the LLM could hallucinate. How could an Oracle play a role in perhaps getting multiple LLMs to provide the same answer to you, and then comparing the answer in a vectorized format to then see which LLM is hallucinating versus which is not, and then picking the right LLM to get the right answer on chain. And then that's what we call the golden source of record. And essentially this really helped the financial institutions we were working with feel much more confident in using LLMs, because now they almost had a greater sense of security that for all that niche data that they are now making more structured, they have multiple LLMs output being aggregated and the correct answer being provided. So we thought this was a great kind of an example for leveraging some of that centralized aspects of LLM, but making them decentralized for a higher confidence and answer to be put on the blockchain. I don't know if you have any, that was assigned.
I think it's interesting. I think doing the aggregation for writing on an oracle de-risks to some degree, but whenever you're dealing with non-deterministic outputs, like it's pretty risky to call it like the truth and put it on the chain, right? So like I think it helps de-risk, but I think you need another layer somewhere if you're really going to call like an LLM output. What's going on? Are we done? Is that the?
You've awakened the spirits.
It's quite distracting, I'll just say that. So I think you need another layer, right? Like some evaluation or something before you put it on the chain, not just simply aggregating. I think it does help. It's like one step. And you're seeing like, I think a common cognitive architecture now is like to send a prompt to like 10 different models, rank and sort and evaluate the results, and then use them and move forward that way. So I think this is like part of what you're talking about, but I don't think it's the complete solution.
By the way, that is where we think some of the things we are building can be helpful here, because at least one, we can help provide this end-to-end, again, like tracking of attribution from the origin of the data to, like how the data go into the model, and then the model being used for inference or using the RAG. But of course, when it's come to something like Nadine mentioned about deterministic or non-deterministic, that is where like again, not ready yet, but some interesting proposals from the crypto community about like a ZK verified model when it comes to, I'm pretty sure that this is the model you're using. Type of proof can be helpful to bring more trust in the process. But the Oracle one is a very interesting experiment to bring more, confidence.
Yeah, and talking about just a little bit about ZK proofs and just trusted computing in general, what are your thoughts about the whole aspect of IP and ethical aspects and transparency of data being used in LLMs? Any final words? I know we are about to come on time.
Yeah, I don't know if we... So, yeah, I mean, I think there's obviously concerns, right? I think protocols like Story are doing a really good job of like putting IP on the chain and then like attributing throughout the different usage and compensating people across the value chain. So I think like it's a very important thing, and we'll see this being addressed by like a lot of players going forward, because you can't do AI effectively without proper attribution.
To us, that's why that drives us to build what we are building, because we consider ownership and monetization is a real thing that can be addressed by blockchain technology at this moment with some advancement. Some other decentralized AI advantage may take longer time to build, but ownership and monetization is really something we can achieve soon if we do that correctly.
Awesome. And yeah, my final thought there was like using, leveraging blockchains as like a source of truth for ensuring there are checks and balances in place where you avoid the problem of garbage in, garbage out, where agents are talking to each other and they're just feeding each other garbage data. So maybe leveraging the blockchain for that. Cool. I know we're up on time, but really appreciate you both's thoughts today.
Thank you.
Thank you, guys.
Where's the yield? Where's my supply? But we don't need your banker games. We just launch and stake on chain. Go, we pay let the city of sports and chains. We pay let the city with regen brains.
She's a Colorado comet in code forged steel, wings snipping latency like scissors through gel. 9 centuries young with a lance that's if your chain's choking Ethernight whiz. Found her at a bullet hook sucking down APIs, armor clinking with layer 2 lullabies. Scalability scripture, she winks at the moon while Lagrange drools over slow motion doom. LUKSO, her shield's a disco wall, fracturing legs.
Everybody going? How's everybody doing?
Good.
How's everybody doing?
Doing well,
huge,
doing well.
Huge turnout for the staking
Great.
stuff.
Gigantic.
Well, welcome everybody. Title of this panel is Restaking, Innovation or Centralization. Just show of hands, everybody know what restaking is in this group? Excellent, excellent.
That's actually really impressive.
I think that's 100%.
Yeah,
actually.
it's 100%.
That's fantastic.
That's
my name is Dave Rodman. I am the managing partner at the Rodman Law Group. We are a Web3 focused law firm here in Denver, Colorado. Represent all sorts of cool projects in the space. We've got, I see at least one client in the audience, one client on the stage. So I'm excited to be here and moderate. I'll turn it over to you, Vanessa, to introduce yourself.
Thanks. Hi, I'm Vanessa Pistrito, founder of Electric Gems. I have experience as a venture capitalist and at a layer 1, and I work with Web3 projects and also make investments.
Hey, my name's Rock. I'm one of the co-founders of EtherFi. Most people know EtherFi for our liquid restaking token, and that's kind of how we got up and going. But it's one of our 3 products. What we're really trying to do is build essentially a neobank that's fully on crypto rails. So allowing people to save, invest, and spend their crypto without having to offboard into fiat. So that's really the mission of what we're trying to do now. And so one of the core products is our liquid restaking token, wrapped ETH. Thanks for having us.
And I'll close it off. My name is Chunda. I'm one of the co-founders of Nucleus. We build yield infrastructure and liquidity management infrastructure, as well as tokenization infrastructure for L1s, L2s, DeFi protocols, and DeFi primitives. So we enable them to kind of optimize any pre-existing kind of financial primitives they have, as well as tokenize both on and off-chain asset flows.
Awesome. Thanks, guys. So given the title, Restaking, Innovation or Centralization, I want to ask each one of you what that means to you and where you fall on that spectrum. It's been framed as a potential game changer, but also as a risk factor. Who would like to take that?
I can kind of kick it off there. I think so. I think the first question that most people in the audience would probably have when it comes to kind of answering that is, what do you mean by centralization? Like, what exactly is that risk that could exist? And the way that I kind of look at that question is that restaking effectively takes what was traditionally thought of as more like an individual action of validating a network, the vision of, eventually everyone could run an Ethereum node, or, some networks like Celestia allow you to run light clients on your phone. And it really kind of takes that and flips that on its head and says, well, actually, what we're going to do is we're going to take these like large entities who run these like professional node operating systems and then enable them to secure pretty much all of the decentralized networks that will ever exist in crypto in general. And I do think that, is restaking a kind of centralizing factor for validators and validating services? Yes. But was the writing on the wall before restaking even kind of came on board? There was a lot of contention about, the validator size being too large and Ethereum being slower as a byproduct, worries about like state retrieval in the long run. And so a lot of the kind of limitations of ETH scaling were limited by validator set size, and a lot of discussions around validator set centralization was already occurring at the Ethereum level even before restaking. So is it centralizing? Yes. But I think the kind of writing was a little bit on the wall before it came into play.
Would either of you like to add to that?
Well, on the innovation side, I think there were like 2 things. One, restaking was brought in because people were got all their tokens in the beginning. Years ago, when we were getting into crypto, we all decided to hold our tokens so then we could stake them. And that was a nice little internal thing to do for the existing crypto audience, a lot of education for newcomers. And then, yet again, let's do restaking as the next thing. So I think there's been this internal aspect to still try to find more to do with our crypto when we really need adoption, but one can argue we're on a 30-year life cycle, but I still think we need to work hard to get more people in. So on the innovation side, I think restaking as a concept is entertaining and there is some value, things like with EtherFi or Veda, which also helps power EtherFi. But the other side for innovation is that we want to see people build, like launch AVSs, and we're not seeing enough of that yet. So I think there needs to be much more effort in that space. But I think it's just challenging for anyone new coming into crypto who thinks I have to launch a token, but do it on an AVS because it's easier. It's still a lot to take in.
Rock, it's been about 2 years since EigenLayer launched, and well, I don't think it's a controversial opinion to say that we don't really have a killer use case yet. Are we missing? Are we missing something? What do we need to do to get that killer use case?
It's a really good question. So I think a couple things. Restaking is still really new in the grand scheme of things. We are really impatient in crypto. If we're being honest, like the centralization stuff, I think what people care about and what's going to bring people into crypto is higher yields. So yes, restaking is giving higher yields right now, but it's not sustainable long term because it's just being supplemented by the Eigen token, right? So you need new use cases and killer apps to actually build here. I think one of the big issues with restaking, just for normal people to build on it, is how like complex like the words are, like in kind of adapting it. And so I think making it simple and more marketable for builders who are outside of crypto to come in and build, like one analogy I've kind of used is like, if you use a website, you don't think of like, oh, what servers are they on? Like, are they AWS? Are they Google Cloud? Like, you don't think about that. And so if we can get to that point where people understand it's like, it should be more cost effective, I guess, to build on top of EigenLayer or Symbiotic or whatever shared security platform. I think that is like a big win. But ultimately, what users care about, what's going to drive more users is higher yields. And so the supply side of like actual ETH to be shared or BTC or whatever it is, like the shared security is fine. We just need a lot more builders on top. So Redstone is launching an AVS and they're launching a token and they're going to pay with a token, which is that's a huge win. But like you need that at like 100 or 200x scale. And so I think that's a big challenge for the EigenLayer and the Symbiotic BD teams to like get a lot of building and make it really compelling for people to build there.
Well, yeah, I mean, I think one of the original selling points of restaking was that it would generate extra yield, but I mean, correct me if I'm wrong, but aren't many LRTs earning less than just basic staking at this point?
Maybe, but maybe they're just not like allocated then. So the base staking yield is about 3%. EtherFi's APY like 30 days is 4.3%. So like 50% more, but it's still lower. Like go back 3 years ago, staking yields were 8, 9, 10%. Staking yields, right? Like so, the risk of that for 3 to 4%. Like honestly, if you look at our usage, people aren't there just to stake. They're there to stake and then go do some crazy shit in DeFi. So
fair. What if you take the token emissions out? What are we looking at?
Then it's just staking yield. Yeah, for sure. So, but the dream is that Eigen doesn't have to continue to like supplement that. Maybe they'll continue to pay for DA or whatever, but other AVSs will use their tokens to pay out. So that's like I said, Redstone doing that is amazing. It's huge. And you need to get like more of that built. But EigenLayer needs to figure out the market dynamics, I guess, on that to encourage AVSs to pay out and see enough value to pay out with their tokens.
So I'll throw this to the whole panel. Whoever wants to take it can take it. But I think we're starting to see slashing going live across a couple of platforms. How do you think that users should be thinking about this in general?
It's a very good question. In fact, I'd say it has been the question that's been kind of lingering over restaking ever since the idea was created, right? I think it's also going to be the true stress test on whether or not people are willing to keep their capital in restaking platforms. In terms of how users should think about slashing, I think there's kind of two things that I think everyone should kind of keep in mind. One is first about kind of awareness and knowledge. So when you're interacting with the restaking platform, whether it's an LRT like EtherFi or directly with like Eigenlayer Symbiotic, this is a completely different dynamic than traditional staking. Like the game has completely changed. The similar way that we think about kind of assessing like solvency risk at a financial level with, let's say, like a financial derivative, not that the risk is the same, but that level of scrutiny and discipline when it comes to understanding what's going on underneath the hood, I think also needs to be extended to restaking products and restaked assets. The second thing, I think, which also is interesting, is that with innovation comes additional risk, and not additional risk in the sense that, oh, you're going to build new things and new things may break, but new things may intentionally have a purpose on why they may be slashed. And those slashing constraints are like definitely going to be much more frequent than Ethereum has. I think in the history of Ethereum, there's less than 500 slashing events to ever occur in the history of proof of stake being live. That might not be the case with restaking. I think there is going to have to be some sense of kind of acclimating to this reality that people are going to get slashed. And there are going to be different applications that slash for different reasons, but people should be aware that that will be a reality and to understand why. And maybe in certain cases, it's not always a bad thing. And that it might be a part of like kind of the product or feature that they're opting into.
So to build on that, for either one of you two who want to take this one, do you think that restaking is riskier than originally advertised?
No. I
Proper
don't.
disclaimers were written?
Well, staking is, again, this is a market dynamic that needs to play out. Eigenlayer is just turning on staking. A lot of protocols who are building are saying, well, hold on, like, no. And then Symbiotic started with slashing, but the basically each, what they call a network or protocol, gets to set their own slashing terms. So I completely agree with Chunda that restaking will have slashing events, but like the market dynamics are still so immature because there's not enough incentive for protocols to turn on, to like say yes to slashing, and capital, if slashing is turned on, is certainly not getting enough return to say yes to that, right? So I think we'll see some of those market dynamics play out. Again, it's an industry that's 2 years old, and like there's $30 billion in it. So I feel like the industry in general is like really good. We're just impatient in crypto, and we're like, why isn't this shit here like now? But the next couple years in getting builders and getting incentives to users is super, super important.
I was going to say, building confidence in putting your crypto into a new application or in a smart contract that is new. I mean, yes, you have this high level of assets that are being restaked. That's a good signal for people to have more confidence in participating. But as a newcomer or people who've been around for a while who've lost funds in some smart contracts that were already had a lot of AUM, but I think that's where the risk still is, because there are issues or challenges around Solidity smart contracts still. And I am an investor in the space. I do believe in it, but I think that's always one side that will keep newcomers from continuing to want to participate.
Well, I think to build on that, and also I know that you have some experience in other ecosystems. What are your thoughts on restaking in other non-ETH ecosystems?
So I was in the Cosmos ecosystem. I still have assets there. They were turning on this different liquid restaking tokens and protocols. I like that. The one that I was talking to the most, I think, was just Drop, where they were putting together commitments for people to already start in order to have liquidity in the space. But I've not spent enough time to go further on that.
Fair. We're getting closer to the end of time, but I want you guys to all get to answer this one if you want. And we'll start with you, Rock. What is the most interesting AVS use case for restaking that you've seen personally?
Or one of, you don't have to pick your favorite, so you don't have to pick favorites.
I mean, there's several things that are being built right now that are interesting. I guess the pre-confirmation stuff is probably like the best use case, I guess, that I've seen. And actually, Oracle's probably. So like Redstone and eOracle, I think, are the first two that are going live, and both will pay out in tokens on EigenLayer. So that probably is the best use case. The pre-confirmation space, again, a lot of market dynamics to figure out there with the validators in the market, but I'm very interested in see how that one plays out because I think there's a lot of potential in pre-confs.
I think on my end, I'll cheat because it's kind of not an AVS, but it's a use case that's dependent on restaking. Protocol called Cap Labs. They're focusing on like kind of financializing.
Also a client.
Also a client, shout out.
Rodman Law Group, Denver, Colorado.
But a really fascinating use case on saying like, okay, how can we use restaked collateral to actually support financial activities, and not financial activities on-chain, financial activities off-chain from large institutions, which I think is a really out-of-the-box and innovative use case for restaked collateral that, although may share some risks, is, I think, an experiment worth pouring some resources into.
So I guess also restaking adjacent is, I mentioned earlier, Veda Labs. I'm an investor, just as a disclosure, and they're helping increase the overall participation in several protocols, including EtherFi, and it's just, I think, making it easier for people to participate without having to have that intimidating initial risk and otherwise that might be out for them.
All right, last one. If we're having the same panel 1 year from now at ETH Denver, what do you think has changed in the restaking ecosystem?
What do I think has changed, or what has to change?
Either one. Either one.
It is super important that there's AVSs or networks that are paying out tokens. So I would say, like, fast forward from now, 25 or 30, like more than 25 or 30 protocols on both EigenLayer and Symbiotic that are paying out with paying rewards with a token.
EigenLayer has to prove that this is going to make it 100%. So similar aligned with that.
AVSs need to have their revenue models correlated with restaking. If there's no monetary incentive or shared economics with restaking at the protocol level, it's not going to work.
All right. Well, I think we did almost perfectly on time. Thank you all for listening to us and letting us pontificate. Thank you to our panel. And I think that's it.
Thank you.
Fantastic.
Thanks, guys.
Floating, fees are burning, ZK proofs, the chains keep turning. Every block we validate is trustless, clean and fair. Open source and gas optimized, code permissionless and finalized. Fork marmots on the scene, you know we're gonna bid a little in there. Some TradFi bro just rolled his eyes. Where's the yield, where's my supply? But we don't need your banker games. We just launch and stake on chain. Yo, we pity let the city on sports and chains. We pity let the city with regen brains. We pity let the city on sports and chains. No rug pulls, just pure on chain.
How are we doing? Day 2. Looking alive? I feel like they send the most enthusiastic ones to MC, just to get things what's the word? English is my second language. So revving up again? Revved? Okay, anyways, revved up again, revved up again. Okay. We don't have too much time in between transitions, so I'm just going to make this pretty quick. Our next panel is going to be on the state of DPIN with Chris Hyman from 1KX Moderating. All right, round of applause. Yay. Thank you.
I don't think I'm moderating, but
That's okay. So So thank you for joining the panel on State of DPIN. So my name is Arth Patel. I'll be moderating this session. I'm the co-founder and president of Light Node Ventures. We're a Web3 advisory and consulting firm based out of New York. Thank you guys for joining us. I'll let the panel introduce themselves.
Yeah, my name is Prashant, and I've been building into the infra space for close to around 5 years now in Web3 alone. And my whole focus and passion is around like making the programmable compute, even the compute, more and more easily accessible to the end users. So that's what we are kind of working on at Spheron. Thank you.
I'm Lacey Wisdom. I'm a GP at Protocol VC. So we spun out of Protocol Labs, have been investing since 2017. Protocol Labs is, of course, the creator of IPFS, libp2p, and Filecoin. We invest broadly in the Web3 ecosystem with a focus on backing breakthroughs in computing. And we've made several DPIN investments, over 15 at this point. So very excited about this panel.
yeah, hi, I'm Christopher, not the moderator. I used to be an entrepreneur myself. I used to work as a CTO in startups. Through a couple of lucky coincidences, got in touch early with the technology, Bitcoin and Ethereum. But only in 2017 actually made the jump into the space. Together with my co-founder from back then, his name is Lasse, we then started our own fund in 2018. And being former founders, we always had we raised money ourselves from other founders, from other investors. And they were actually pretty decent investors, but we always felt like they could have had a much bigger impact on our success than they've actually had. And so, when we got offered the opportunity to launch our own fund, we said, okay, the number one thing that we want to do is we want to always try to maximize the impact we can have on a founder success. I think we've done a pretty solid job so far, on building up this culture at 1KX. We're now at 25 people, and we are investing across the whole industry, I would say. DPIN is one of the first really exciting things that we started out investing in 2017, 18. Also super happy to be here.
Thank you. So I want to start with the basics. So how do each of you, would you define DPIN, and what industries do you see the most use cases or the most potential in?
Okay, I can take it. I mean, before, I think the term DPIN was only coined in 2022 or something like that. And before that, we were actually internally calling them hardware resource coordination networks. Horrible word. That doesn't sound as cool as DPIN, but I think it's actually a little bit more accurate because for us it's more about, it's a business model innovation, right? Similar to how Uber, for example, right, disrupted the taxi industry. By just outsourcing the driving to a lot of other drivers, and therefore it created a lot more value in the whole taxi segment. I think the same thing is going to happen to DPIN, right? And that's in a sense, it's not necessarily a major technological breakthrough, even though there's really really cool technology built. For us, it's mainly a business model innovation. That's, I don't know if that helps, but that's kind of roughly how we are defining it.
Yeah, I think today a lot of people think of DPIN networks as these decentralized, physical infrastructure networks that are leveraging crypto incentives to help power everything. I'm also from the school of before there was a term for DPIN, so I think in our book we were always looking at things like IoT. I don't know if anyone even still uses that term anymore, but first it was IoT, and then when Protocol Labs launched the Filecoin network, the term DPIN didn't really exist. It was probably the second DPIN network in all of Web3. And we just basically saw we're aggregating all of this compute power. I think that physical infrastructure is still very important to DPIN, but I see it kind of changing over the next few years as it becomes more hardware agnostic.
Yeah, so for me, I think when it was not quite DPIN, I was also building the same ecosystem. But for me, as understanding how I basically look at as a founder in the entire space, that it gives me as a founder a leverage, an opportunity to go ahead and raise a capital, not a capital as such from the public, but raise a capital as in hardware as a capital openly in the market and allow community to participate into that. Just imagine like at Spheron when we never imagined we were able to like raise at least $60 million worth of compute from the market just by launching a network, right? It was so crazy to kind of look at. So it really given me an understanding that if we combine the right level of hardware infrastructure and along with the right level of incentive on the layer, I can speak more about incentive later, but right tech connected with the right crypto payment infrastructure just opens up a new opportunity for, as what Chris also just told, is like a new opportunity, a business model where everyone from the community can participate and everyone from community can also pay back to the same community as well. So that's how I look at Deepin.
Got it. So I want to actually build on what you said, Prashant, regarding incentives. So like Deepin is revolutionizing ownership and incentives regarding structure. But for some long-term value, what could we do or see in the Deepin space that can move it away from just the token incentives and financial incentives involved and make it more of like real-world long-term value?
I think, you know, we've been really good in Deepin and building up the supply side on things, and we've often neglected the actual demand side. And so I think part of the reason it's been so easy to build up supply is that like crypto degens are really good at like gamifying things, like getting people really excited to kind of ape into the networks. But then that leaves this void like post TGE when people basically no longer have incentives of like, oh, you're gonna get the airdrop, and they basically leave the network. And then that like leads to all these like other kind of domino effects where people are like, oh, the network's dead, and it's like kind of a fire sale, right? So I think we need to focus a little bit more on like building up that demand before, you know, launching the token and like before it becomes basically very open market.
Yeah, I mean, I would even go like one step further and saying like, you know, if you're launching a Deepin network in 2025 and you don't have like, I don't know, let's say at least like 1 million in ARR lined up in demand, like don't even bother. So yeah, I think like the demand side is super, super critical. I mean, unfortunately, you know, the market can stay like a lot longer irrational, you know, that we can stay solvent as investors, right? So, and so far, right, the market has been really like rewarding, you know, just like massive oversupply, right? I mean, you've seen all of like the projects, you know, that claim they have like hundreds of thousands of GPUs on their network. Okay, but who's using them? Like the utilization is literally at zero. And so like all of these GPUs, they're just a cost on your token holders. But still, like token holders, you know, just bought more. And so, yeah, I don't know. I think there needs to be kind of like some major shift in how the market operates, but it's going to be difficult.
Yeah, I'll cover more on that one. I think I do agree on both of your side. And that's why when we started building Spheron, the one thing which we kept in mind is like build first and build not just first supply side, build both demand and supply. And it's also chicken and egg problem a lot of times in Deepin also is like what do you want to go first. I'll tell you a very classic example and you can go on my Twitter and check it out also. Few weeks back I tweeted that we are out of supply because we were running out of the GPUs in our network. Literally it happened. And then we realized, okay, so now if we come back again, roll back on the same question is that, do we really solve the supply problem first or demand problem first? It depends, like how we are kind of looking at. Now, I think what Chris has also mentioned that understanding the business model is very important here and how you're going to drive that demand on those compute which you are aggregating. And that's what we kind of stood forward and we said like, we challenged that entire, the status around the Deepin concept around GPU utilization that build, and because a lot of these Deepins which you see today are foundationally flawed in a lot of ways. The reason because if I ask you simply just go and lease out a GPU today, I can bet like you will struggle a lot. And that's what we solved, right? The first thing which we solved was like allow users to seamlessly, easily access the GPUs without even any question asked. And being a Web3 like native, transaction enabled systems. The second thing which we solved was that is how we can connect these systems to the upcoming demand, which is going to be AI agentic demand. And that's when we started building is like talking to a lot of these agentic frameworks, started supplying them. For example, we recently onboarded a team which is building Flame. They're building the agentic infrastructure. We just onboarded a team called Excel, shout out them. They are building this DeFi strategy structures. They are utilizing our infrastructure to basically power their side. So that's where I kind of look at. I think incentive, I don't really believe in incentive in crypto. Honestly, I believe in is that you should not sell in incentive, and that's one of the things which we have done at Spheron very from day zero. We have never ever went ahead and even today, most of the people who have been farming Spheron's stuff, they were all the points and all of those things went to zero. The reason being because if they are not performing the jobs, they don't get anything from us. So and the other thing is yes, incentive is there. We want to give them an ownership, but we want to give them ownership to the people who are very active, performing the job, doing the task, and then being active in the entire community.
That makes sense. So now I want to actually ask a question to Lacey. So you've been vocal about the rise of DeSci. And what do you see, what role do you see, especially in the overlap between DeSci and DePIN, especially with the decentralized infrastructure, and how that overlap and what it will do for decentralized science, obviously?
Yeah, I think, so what I've noticed with some DePIN projects is that not all of them actually need specialized hardware, but specialized hardware is a really easy way to boost revenues. But I feel like in DeSci, many more projects do have this requirement for specialized hardware to collect the scientific data. And so an example is we're investors in a company called WeatherXM that's collecting weather data. And so they need something that's very specialized to collect that. I talked to a company recently in our network called Causality Network that's working on building these bioreactors that are basically helping to solve a lot of the fraud that exists in scientific data today, where you can basically have on-chain verifications proving that this data hasn't been doctored, which I also think is super exciting. So yeah, I think there's a really natural fit for DePIN and DeSci, and obviously DeSci is a very kind of new sector, kind of becoming a little bit of a buzzword, but I do think that there is some utility there.
That makes sense. So obviously the goal is mainstream adoption. So currently, as we move towards this ownership model and kind of decentralizing all of this, what do you see as a major hurdle, or what would you see as the accelerant to get to this mainstream adoption, whether it's technological, more regulatory, or is it more of an economical thing?
Yeah, I think, so in many ways, there could be two different kind of streams in terms of adoption for DeSci. So one is I think we're still pretty far from actually getting, pharma, as an example, is a heavily regulated industry. So we're pretty far from actually getting to that level of adoption. But I think that often, as we've seen with other apps, even outside of Web3, if enough people actually adopt the technology and start using it, then regulators have to pay attention to you and then have to come down and actually determine some sort of ruling. So I think the natural kind of first step for DeSci adoption is just having more people participate in different kind of bio DAOs that are occurring. So I've talked to people working on diabetes DAO or rare disease DAOs, and I think these are a lot of people that are left out on the fringes of society and who aren't necessarily getting catered to by big pharma, whose incentives are more kind of aligned with just creating the most high ROI drug for something. So I think that's the first step, is just kind of grassroots engagement. And then there's something else that's going to come after that, which is more adoption from probably independent hospitals and scientific research centers, and then it will kind of spiral from there.
Chris, Prashant, do you have any input on kind of the mainstream adoptions and kind of pitfalls, or currently what hurdles they're dealing with?
I mean, for DePIN specifically, I think we just need a lot more founders from Web2 coming into the space, that already have a lot of distribution, that are able to really, that will see, okay, we need to abstract crypto completely away from the enterprise customer or the end user. And that way, right, we can just kind of offer them, the major economics, the major improved usability, and they don't even know they're using crypto. That's a little bit, I think, what we are mostly lacking. Regulatory, I can't really speak. I think, legitimacy was definitely a problem over the past couple of years. I hope that's changing now with some new people in charge. But let's see. I think so far, really UX has been another really big issue, right?
Yeah, I think Chris just talked about UX the last. That was I was supposed to be speaking about. So essentially is the biggest challenge in DePIN is two, again. The one is UX, of course, And the UX is basically is a problem of foundational issues. It's never a problem of like how the things are designed. UX is always the foundation thing. If foundation is good, UX is always going to be good and clean. So we are already solving at Spheron, ensuring that that happens. And also there are a lot of other projects who are like working around the same to solve that foundational issue to make the UX better. The second is, and I go a little bit opposite in the direction of like enterprise adoption and all of those things. The reason being because I've been talking to, like before even we started jumping into the building into this space, the first thing which I did was like got on a call with Intel folks, got on a call with Sony folks, got on a call with some couple of more service industry like who are the main stream adoption for all of these things. One thing they have asked me that, do you guys, like, are you guys planning to get a GDPR license or SOC2 compliant or HIPAA compliant for these? I said like, we can, but the moment you go into that direction, you are essentially building a Web2 product. It's not a Web3 anymore. I do love abstraction, I do love all of those things, but for me it's like the way I'm looking at is like, what is the biggest moat at Web3? The biggest moat is the full autonomy around the transaction execution and the full autonomy on the payment rails. And that's where I'm looking at is like, and agentic framework which we see today has the biggest moat which Web3 deep in space can leverage up to, because those things are just like open for, and one of the best use case which we have ever seen, so I have ever seen so far. So I'm looking forward for those kind of like adoption bottleneck to be kind of kicked out. And once that happens, then we'll see, like our focus is like, let's adopt first in Web3, and then we'll think Web2 next.
Got it. And I mean, we have members from 2 prolific DeepIn investors and also a founder of a DeepIn. So I want to take the conversation a little bit on the investment side quickly. When you're looking, this is for Chris and Lacey more. If you're looking at a DeepIn project, like what kind of metrics or what do you see very quickly that would kind of excite you about the project, very high level? And then obviously, Prashant, congrats on the recent strategic round, but like what are you working towards that you feel that has given you the most positive feedback from these conversations from the investment side?
So you guys want to take first?
Okay, yeah, I can. I mean, I think I've alluded to it, like in my previous responses. I think what we are mainly looking for is a Web2 founder that already has traction in what they're doing. They might not be like the number 1 in their market. They might also not be like the number 2 or 3 in their market, right? But they are like in the market, you know, and they're having customers, you know, like, and you know, they're like able to retain their customers. But in order for them to win that market, they just don't have enough capital to kind of, you know, like incentivize, you know, like more supply and so on. And so for these types of founders, right, you know, like if they start embracing DeepIn, like this new business model, basically like what I'm calling it, right? Then they're like able to kind of like massively like, you know, cut their capital expenditure and their operational expenditure. And therefore, you know, like they are able to like really like undercut the competitors in the market. That is like something that I'm looking for because yeah, then that way we can bring just a lot of new value on chain that is currently captured elsewhere.
Yeah, I think echoing what Chris said, to a certain extent, we're kind of looking for the founders' right to win in the DeepIn market, and we're kind of looking for the fact that they have a go-to-market plan and have some kind of inroads into the right kind of industry leaders for the industry that they're trying to disrupt. But I think another thing that we like really kind of focus on and like really hone in on is like, does this project, by existing in the DeepIn space, does it actually help it scale faster and better than a Web 2 counterpart might? And I think that is something that's also kind of, you know, let us invest in some things that might seem like, oh, you know, there's some like other Web 2 companies, but we believe that now, because this is decentralized, it can scale with like less capital than its Web 2 counterpart.
No, that's great for that insight. So I see we're kind of closing in on time. So I wanted to take this conversation, kind of zoom out. Imagine if we were having this conversation in, let's say, 4 or 5 years. What would you want to see in this space? And particularly, like, what kind of milestones would you wish was achieved to kind of see the mass adoption of DeepIn across the industry?
I mean, for me, I think it's just, number one is like utilization, right? If we are looking across all of the networks right now, utilization rates of like all of the hardware are like extremely low. And yeah, that is kind of like a function of, right, massive oversupply in the beginning, but also, you know, like a lack of, you know, like really like paying attention towards demand. And so, yeah, I would want that we're seeing a lot more utilization, really like close to like 100%, that we are like able to utilize resources on the same machine, like let's say, like a storage network plus, like a compute or GPU network running like on the same machine, right? And we are like utilizing all of these resources to like a maximum effect. If you ask me, like what I wish for is that, we're capturing like 20, 30% of like the global cloud market. That's what I would be hoping for.
Yeah, I think not to sound super bearish, but DePIN right now is actually really small when you put it in the context of like all the devices in the world. I think I saw something like there's maybe like 10 million devices that are like running DePIN nodes right now, but in the world there's like 50 billion devices, right? So that means that we currently have less than like 0.1% market share. So like in the next 5 years, I definitely want to see like that number increase, like maybe to the hundreds of millions, maybe to 1 billion, right? And then I think the other thing that would be really great is like kind of piggybacking off what Chris said is like seeing not just like higher utilization, but also just seeing that like the incentives have changed so that like people aren't incentivized to just like offer supply that's not being used, which I think is a really huge problem today.
For me, on the compute side, what I'm looking at is like, I look as a word as an entire data center. So I want everyone to contribute their computing power so that we can capture that. And just a fun fact is like 1% of this entire computing power which we have in our houses, if we contribute that, we'll outbeat AWS in terms of the numbers around the compute capacity. So not 5 years, of course, but at least there should be some part of it, that supply which I want to capture, which is free and easy to kind of bring it forward. The second thing is, again, the UX and the utilization angle. UX, because that's very, very important, and I want to go into the place where I want to see like most of the Web3 companies utilizing the Web3 infrastructure, and the UX is like it has to be just smooth and sleek.
Got it. No, so I want to thank each and one of you for your time. It was definitely great for insightful panel. So we have about 1 minute. Does anyone have any questions they would like to ask? Yes, no question? Okay, we have one question. Go ahead.
As a non-Web2 founder, I know you're looking for more Web2 companies to get into Web3 and to get into the payment space, but as somebody who might be looking to buy a bunch of hardware, who's already in the Web3 space, what do you think, what hardware types are going to succeed in over the next 7 years?
I mean, like GPU, storage devices, etc. Like, I mean, these are like really easy to get access to, and therefore, like, I doubt that there's like a lot of like, that you're able to really like differentiate yourself. But we're seeing a lot of, like more exotic networks, right? Solar panels, or drone networks, or, like what she said, right? With weather data. There's a lot of, like really specialized networks being built. That may sound, like a little bit more niche right now, but if I would be going in there, then I would maybe like look into those categories, because everything else is already pretty crowded.
Okay, I think time's up, but thank you guys for your time for the panel.
Thank you.
Tearless tears, call me well connected, I call it
Wah, wah, guitar slide. Wah, wah, guitar slide.
coffee for drip and the lab coat on fire. Sticky note constellation stuck to the ceiling wire. Gas fees are confetti. Watch they rock on PI. Get homemade in 7/4 time. Shaboom, those that efficiency pulse. The lag runs lagging in his latency so. Professor Way's got the future on spinball. Urging nodes dancing where the bottleneck's been. Professor Way's got the future on spinball. Plugging tomorrow with yesterday's RAM stains. Velcro boots clicking through blockchain debris. Crypto nodes flutter like drunk bumblebees. Optimize the board fins, they cackle and shout. Self-sustaining hubs flicker in the blackouts out. Professor Way's got the future on spinball. Urging nodes dancing where the bottleneck's been. Professor Way's got the future on spinball. Plugging tomorrow with yesterday's RAM stains. Chaos is not compeller. Order's just a bug I forgot to unfurl. Mainnet shivers as their wild hair glows. Rumored AI? Nah, just 3 Red Bulls in a row. What you building, prop? A singularity jukebox. How you stay charged? Espresso straight through my cortex. Who's your nemesis? Lag runs dial-up found. Age? Old as speak, young as each block mine down. Professor Way's got the future on spinball. Urging nodes dancing where the bottleneck's been. Professor Way's got the future on spinball. Plugging tomorrow with yesterday's RAM stains. Throwing me mad, running mad's just a beta test for Boodle. Oh, Pete Jobs,
Group of panelists. You know, I messed up the moderator the last time because it doesn't show the names in order, so I'm not going to do it this time. But this one's going to be on real world Web3 stories from Asia to Africa. So round of applause for our speakers, please.
Awesome. Hello. Welcome, everybody. So the 3 of us are really excited to talk about this topic. Obviously, we're seeing a lot of really interesting use cases and adoption for crypto and Web3 coming out of emerging markets. But before we jump in, I would love for us all to introduce ourselves. Why don't we start with Isha? Ladies first.
Oh, okay, thank you. Love being on panels with only men. Hi, I'm Isha. I head ecosystem at Salo Foundation. Salo, for those that are unfamiliar, is a layer 1 blockchain. We're currently transitioning to a layer 2. And I think the reason I've been invited to this panel is us as a blockchain, we focus on emerging markets. A lot of our presence is in Africa, Southeast Asia, Latin America, and we have critical focus on stablecoins and retail users in these ecosystems. Yeah, and we'll chat a little bit more, but I'll pass it on to you.
Nice. I'm Ritu. I'm from Atlantis DAO, and we pretty much use blockchain for a lot of climate action. And I'm here today to speak because we did a very special pilot with Mercy Corp, where in rural India, for almost close to 50,000 people, we built a Web3 P2P water coordination network that kind of helped them conserve water and a bunch of other things. So we built some interesting stuff in the front lines. And yeah, ready to take some of Will's spicy takes. Over to you.
Hi, everyone. My name is Will. So the whole reason why I joined Web3 was because I've always been very interested in this intersection of really cool technology, financial inclusion, and emerging markets. And so the reason why I started building this company, Haraka, which is basically a company that provides financial services to businesses and entrepreneurs, primarily in places like Sub-Saharan Africa, Southeast Asia, is because I think the problems that people are facing in a lot of these markets are a lot bigger. There are a lot more frictions. There are a lot more opportunities to have impact with this technology. And so really excited to kind of like talk with you guys a little bit more about the opportunities we're seeing in some of these spaces. But I think we're going to do something a little bit different today. Like, we wanted to mix it up a little bit, make this a bit spicier, a little bit more interactive. So instead of us asking each other questions and just speaking on it, we wanted to kind of make some pretty bold statements. And what I'd like to do is like make a statement and maybe take a poll of the room. So like basically ask yourselves, do you agree? Do you disagree? And then we will also respond the same way and basically have a little bit of a conversation, maybe a debate, we'll see, about some of these topics. How does that sound?
Awesome.
Good? All right, so first question, and sorry, the visual doesn't work right now, so you're just gonna have to, I'll repeat it a couple times. But first question, so in the next 10 years, 75% of Web3 activity will be in Africa and Asia. So 75% of activity, of Web3 activity will be in Africa and Asia in the next 10 years. Raise your hand if you agree. Raise your hand if you disagree. Oh, interesting. Okay, okay. Isha, why did you answer the way you did?
Yeah, firstly, the way I see it, for background, I'm from emerging markets, so background is in Africa and Asia, so super relevant to this. I think Web3's product market fit, in my mind, is in geographies where you don't have already built out incumbent financial infrastructure, right? And so that is essentially a lot in emerging markets. Like, yes, I think the current ecosystem, Web3 ecosystem, is very US and Europe based, but we are onboarding users in these regions at astronomical rates, right? So for instance, we have one product in the ecosystem that is Opera Mini Pay, and we have onboarded net new users to Web3 on this product in the last year. More than like 5 million users, like net new users. And I think that's just like tip of the iceberg as we kind of like, as I see it grow and scale in the next 10 years, I think we're going to go from like 5 to like 500 at least. Yeah, that's my take.
I think my take's going to be more from a product builder's point of view, like how you're trying to look at these spaces and how crypto will really be useful. Especially in Asia, Africa, and some of these continents, it's predominantly got a lot of low trust societies. So crypto is a great way to program values and build coordination tech around it. And another thing is massive amount of people are still bankless. There are a lot of people who do not even have bank accounts, and some of those people directly come onto crypto. And this is not the case in most of developed nations. Like almost all the infrastructure is pretty good. And the developing nations are catching up, and crypto is a really powerful rail, like Isha mentioned, financial rail. So as a product builder, if I'm trying to build something for population scale, I would look at Africa and Asia.
Yeah, I mean, I echo what you guys said. Maybe I'll add 2 quick points here. But look, if you look at the latest Chainalysis reports, like I said, 8 or 9 out of the top 10 countries per capita when it comes to crypto adoption already in emerging markets, right? So this is already happening. So it's very...
It's a sign.
Yeah, exactly.
It's a yes.
The universe agrees. It's happening. So I think there's just a lot of interesting activity that is like when you think about non-speculative use cases for crypto, right? Like things where you are using crypto for things besides like trying to make money, like for remittances, for like inflation hedging. That's all happening in places where there are frictions in the financial system. There's a lot of examples of technologies, things like off-grid solar or mobile money, that are really leapfrogged in places where there's not that incumbent infrastructure. And I think the same can be true for Web3. All right, next question. So I feel like one of the big themes for this conference has been stablecoins. Like it's been like stablecoin season. I've been seeing like trucks with like random stablecoin logos that I've never heard of before all over the place. So it's clearly a very hot topic. And like we said earlier, stablecoin adoption is kind of like one of the first real use cases that we're seeing for crypto. So the question that we have for you guys and all of us is, in 10 years, when we think about the globe, like, is there going to be massive consolidation of stablecoins or fragmentation of stablecoins? Meaning, is there going to be a few stablecoins that win out because like the U.S. dollar is strong and the people are going to like consolidate? Or are we going to see more and more fragmentation, local stablecoins, private stablecoins, et cetera, growing? So, all right, consolidation. Raise your hand if you think there's going to be consolidation. All right, now raise your hand if you think there's going to be more fragmentation. Interesting. It feels like almost an even split. You want to go first?
I think, again, my experience trying to scale the services that we have built, something that I'm noticing is that, yes, definitely adoption of stable coins is going to go up, but every country is going to spin up their own stable coin in some way. And that's going to bring on its own fragmentation, you know. And yeah, I'll stick to that.
Go next. Sure. I think it's going to be interesting, but like it feels like deep down there are strong network effects to stablecoin adoption, right? Like you need to have like liquidity, good on and off ramps, like, and so I do think that over time there's going to be a few kind of like key winners that like win out, and it does make it easier when there's kind of like one global stablecoin that serves as kind of the oil, the grease, the financial system. And so I hope I'm wrong, to be totally honest, but I don't think I am.
Yeah, I agree with you, Will. Just like in the last year, we've seen stablecoin TVL increment like drastically, and most of it is in the top two, and also in the regions that we're talking about, like Africa and Asia. When you talk to somebody in Nigeria about dollars, they don't know the dollar, like the fiat dollar. They say, oh, USDT. And so that is how they kind of think about dollars in general. And so to kind of go from that to like multiple, I find that user adoption would be very difficult. I think there will be more consolidation. There will be clearly a couple of winners. Will it be 2 or 5? I'm unclear. But I think there'll be a couple of winners. There'll be fiat-based stablecoins. There'll be like a few that are like top there, and then a few maybe like interesting like yield-bearing or programmatic stablecoins. But I think it will definitely consolidate. We won't have USDC-A to USDC-Z. I think there'll be fewer.
Cool. All right. So I asked ChatGPT to make some of these questions spicier, and this is what they told me. Next question is, crypto will be a political weapon in Asia. So yeah, again, crypto will be a political weapon in Asia. Raise your hand, sir, if you think it's yes. Raise your hand, sir. Raise your hand if you think it's no. Wait, what did you guys say? I didn't see your. Yeah, you said yes. No. Okay. Wait, one more. Let's raise our hands. So ready? Yes. Raise your hand. No. Raise your hand. Interesting. Okay. Isha, you go first this time.
Oh my God, this one's a tough one. I don't think it'll be a political weapon. I think like crypto, what it does is it kind of helps you. I mean, transparency of data is a really big thing that like crypto and Web3 in general provide. And I think because of that, you would be able to use that less as a weapon, right? Like I know, especially some countries in Asia, politicians are able to throw out random statements and win their campaigns based on random statements, which is completely unbacked by data. I think crypto, what it does is it kind of like backs up all backs up with a lot of data. But that's mine. I'd love to hear yours.
I mean, I'm still in shades of gray, but I do believe that it's going to be harder because you can trace, unless we're going to see like tens of tornado cash come up, and like then things are going to get wild. But if not, I think you can trace a lot. I mean, like we saw the biggest heist recently, and we know where it went, and so.
Yeah, I agree that the real answer is probably more nuanced, like it could be. But the reason why I said no was because there's actually been examples of governments, of people in Asia using crypto as a way to fight against government corruption, right? So the best example I can think of is like in Myanmar, where a lot of the separatists and like kind of the rebels have been using crypto because like it's a way for them to like move money around and pay folks against a very dictatorial regime, right? And so I do think that it creates opportunities to fight against like authoritarianism. Oh, yeah, you're right. Sorry. I thought I meant like I interpreted this question as political weapon from like
Yeah,
the
it's a
top.
tricky one.
Yeah. Okay, I changed my mind. I'm a yes then. I'm a yes. Cool. All right, want to do this one? The next question is, play to earn and Web3 jobs will become the new offshore outsourcing industry in Africa and Asia. So again, play to earn, Web3 jobs will become the new offshore outsourcing industry in Africa and Asia. Ready? Raise your hand if you agree. Raise your hand if you disagree. Oh, kind of a split. Yeah, so a good example is like, Axie Infinity, like the game where you like play and you earn some like rewards or tokens. Web3 jobs could also be things like data annotation or data labeling to kind of fix AI like models or train AI models. Yeah, does that make sense? Yeah. And so this could become a major source of income and jobs for people in emerging markets. Sure, I can go first. So I actually did a lot of projects on this. We did several pilots, one with Mercy Corps actually, around like data annotation and data labeling. And I think there's a lot of really interesting things happening. Like number one, obviously AI is booming. I believe that within our lifetime, data is going to become the world's most valuable commodity. But to make that like just like oil, to make it valuable, you have to refine it, you have to annotate it, you have to label it. And so that requires actually human intervention to train or to like manipulate. And a lot of that will happen in emerging markets. There's also interesting things happening with data annotation too, where you want people from a diverse background to train the data because otherwise you're going to have biases. And so it does make sense for folks to have a lot of these opportunities. And I think Web3 and crypto is going to make the borders a lot like less, right? It's going to make it a lot easier to kind of like create these jobs, reward people, kind of like move things across borders. And so I see it being an inevitability.
Yeah, I agree with that. We're already seeing this. Like I mentioned, we have this application that is very popular in Africa, and we kind of like tried multiple things with this application. We tried like save and yield, but what was most exciting to them was like either play to earn or anything gaming. And play to earn is actually like opening up access to a lot of like job opportunities clearly, but it is also like like Will mentioned, like data is going to be king, and so play to earn is really a great way to kind of like clean out data.
Yeah, I think I could speak a lot about this because one of the first products that we built was a DApp called Impact Miner. It's got gamified climate bounties, pretty much. They're just tasks. And we literally use these Web3 gamified rails to help villagers come together. They were picking up different tasks based on their skills, and they were getting paid in crypto. And I think this is going to go a lot more, especially in India. If you see, a lot of young talent today work for a lot of international companies, and most of it is like Web3 jobs. For example, Super Team Earn, they probably like generated more than 2 to 3 million as a community in terms of outsourced job that they've got for Web3. So yeah, that's the future. Seeing big activity in Nigeria, India, they're leading the way.
Cool. Maybe one more question? All right, ready? So last question. Stablecoins will replace mobile money for everyday transactions in emerging markets. So again, stablecoins will replace mobile money for everyday transactions. Raise your hand if yes. Raise your hand if no. Oh, interesting. Oh. So there is kind of an even split, but we all said no.
Yeah.
What did you say?
Kate, why did you say yes?
Yeah. What do you say yes?
Spicy question for you. Which is the currency?
Which is the currency? TBD.
So I said no, but I said no for kind of a cheaty reason. Like basically, I think that there's going to be a convergence, and we're not going to see that much of a difference between stablecoins and mobile money, right? Like, for example, I think what mobile money has is like this massive infrastructure, a lot of agent networks, etc. And right now, most people in emerging markets, they're using mobile money as an on and off ramp to stablecoins, right? And so I think that line is going to get blurrier and blurrier, and we're not going to see the separation. So I don't think stablecoins are going to replace mobile money so much as kind of like merge with it, if that makes sense.
See, I have a completely different take.
Okay, please. This is why we're talking.
I think when we think about stablecoins, essentially like what Kate said, in my mind, it's like, okay, one currency, and I don't think that's going to happen. I think how you have capital controls on fiat, a lot of emerging markets are going to put capital controls even on stablecoins, and it's easy to track, it's easy to govern. There's literally smart contracts that you can put in place for capital controls on stablecoins, and I think a lot of emerging market countries, I know this is already in the regulatory landscape of a bunch of like EM countries in Africa specifically. They're thinking through how do they kind of conserve their local currency, how do they conserve fiat, because a lot of like, I don't know, money markets and like how the economies work is based on like fiat control, right? And so if stablecoins take over, then they won't be able to control how their economies function. That's at least my take.
Yeah, I think for me, it's just the sheer number of mobile money that's going to pour into the market that's going to like prevent this whole thing happening. And also maybe an introduction of CBDC. I'm not sure about that, but I do see like mobile money, like it's just going to be unstoppable. But enterprise deals, definitely not going to look at mobile money.
I mean, that's really interesting. What do you think about central bank digital currencies? Are they going to replace stablecoins?
If I have to stick with my thesis earlier, I would say it would, but you guys had some strong arguments. So.
Okay. Well, cool. Thank you for listening to us ramble about stablecoins and emerging markets and all this stuff. Hopefully you got some good insights. Maybe you agreed with us, maybe you disagreed with us, but that's okay. We'll be around after. Do you guys want to say any last words?
No, thank you for being here. It was really interesting to see some of your spicy takes. I appreciate it. Yeah, thank you for having us.
Yeah, just quick word, there's definitely a lot of real world use cases in crypto outside trading, and you guys should keep a good track of it, and there's some phenomenal work happening in this space. Thank you.
Floating, fees are burning, ZK proofs, the chains keep turning. Every block we validate is trustless, clean and fair. Open source and gas optimized, code permissionless and finalized. Fork marmots on the scene, you know we're gonna bid a little in there. Some TradFi bro just rolled his eyes. Where's the yield, where's my supply? But we don't need your banker games. We just launch and stake on chain. Go, we pity let the city on sports and chains. We pity let the city with regen brains. We pity let the city on sports and chains. No rug pulls, just pure on chain.
She's a Colorado comet in code forged steel, wings snipping latency like scissors through gel. 9 centuries young with a lance that's, if your chain's choking, Ethernet whiz. Found her at a bullet hook, sucking down APIs, armor clinking with layer 2 lullabies. Scalability scripture, she winks at the moon while Lagrange drools over slow motion doom. Grind, her shield's a disco wall, fracturing legs, grass, shooby-doo-bop crack. That lance a lightning fork, splitting bottlenecks backs. Alliance architect with a Buffacorn's grit, teaching stale protocols how to fucking commit. Decentralize this, she smirks mid-flight as her wings tickle nodes into doing things right. Da-da-da-da. Alliance architect with a Buffacorn's grit, teaching stale protocols how to fucking commit. Decentralize this, she smirks mid-flight as her wings tickle nodes into doing things right. Up to do with for do with for do with for do do. You ordered a moonwalk across gas feed graves. My mainnet's smoother than your mom's VPN saves. Daughter of the Rockies, high-speed high priestess, scales of justice ballast on a Memphis Express. Next bottleneck, I see mountain crush it. Click, clack, goes a mace on firewall. I scooped and truce from trash sheets. That's my device. Nullify a sniff and burn my cloaks to crisp. Mainnet gossips, tastier than breakfast chips. Story, hack, flurry. Mama's making news before the cold reload. Got receipts in my cheeks, encrypted and plumbed. You private DMs, I'm the dumpster dive jump. Eyes everywhere, not just 3 bird phones. Haunteries whisper, king chomp and blockchain bones. Make it down to my voted fuck. Stealth crawl through your junk dead scene. Hand it up to the entropy. Mace cracked vaults like, who's got the keys? Nullifiers huffing, you're just a rat with as firewall splinter to confetti bits, I'm curating leaps. After party, sipping TLS tears. Call me well connected, I call it.
Guitar slide. Guitar slide.
Coffee for drip and the lab coat on fire. Sticky note constellation stuck to the ceiling wire. Gas fees are confetti. They rock on PI. Get homemade in 7/4 time. Shaboom, dose, efficiency pulse. The lag runs lagging in his latency sub. Professor Way's got the future on spin, boy. Urging notes dancing where the bottleneck's been. Professor Way's got the future on spin, boy. Plugging tomorrow with yesterday's RAM stains. Velcro boots clicking through blockchain debris. notes flutter like drunk bumblebees. Optimize the board fins, they cackle and shout. Self-sustaining hubs flicker in the blackouts out. Professor Way's got the future on spinball. Urging notes dancing where the bottlenecks been. Professor Way's got the future on spinball. Hugging tomorrow with yesterday's ram stains. Chaos is not compeller. Order's just a bug I forgot to unfurl. Mainnet shivers as their wild hair glows. Rumored AI? Nah, just 3 Red Bulls in a row. What you building, prop? A singularity jukebox. How you stay charged? Espresso straight through my cortex. Who's your nemesis? Light runs dial-up found. Age? Old as beat, young as each block mine down. Professor Way's got the future on spinball. Urging notes dancing where the bottleneck's been. Professor Way's got the future on spinball. Plugging tomorrow with yesterday's ram stains. Throwing me mad, but mad's just a beta test for Boodle. Oh, he just tried to do. 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 We're biddies, not just dreamers. On-chain truth, no middle schemers. Forking hard and shipping code till sunrise every day. DAOs are voting, vibes are flowing. Buff corns are still a growing. While the